A lot of injury news to run through from Bills practice yesterday. James Cook signing his extension early in the morning, 4 years, $48 million. He was there at practice, of course. Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop also fully participating at practice for the first time in over a week. Also returning was offensive lineman Alec Anderson. He had his knee scoped a couple weeks ago. He was only, though, yesterday doing individual drills. Bad news, Dion Dawkins not at practice. Sean McDermott told Chopin Bulldog that Dawkins had a flare-up with his back, and it's not expected to be serious. Also not practicing, 4 wide receivers, Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir, who have not been practicing for weeks. Also, Elijah Moore and Tyrell Shavers not on the field on Wednesday. The Bills will fly out today to go to Chicago for joint practice tomorrow and then preseason game number 2 on Sunday. Bears coach Ben Johnson said that his team's starters will play against the Bills after not seeing the field in their first preseason game. That group is expected to include Caleb Williams. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jerry Jones sounded yesterday like he has no intention of talking contract with Micah Parsons. He says he expects Parsons to play this year on his contract. He doesn't see a deadline to sign him because he has a year left. And there also was a report that the two sides haven't had meaningful contract talks in months. Odell Beckham not retiring. Some social media stuff about that 2 days ago. Tom Pelissero reports Beckham has had contact from several teams. He plans to play somewhere in 2025. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, Yankees, and Red Sox all lost by the exact same score last night of 4-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I feel like that's the meme, Joe. That's the two hands shaking. Downtown Athens, downtown Buffalo.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah. Downtown Buffalo, even maybe more impressive. Gotta say.
Get out.
Downtown Athens, just nothing.
Wow.
Really, I stand by everything that I said there about Athens. Maybe I was in the wrong part of Athens. I don't know.
Well, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. I am live from home today, but we're still on the air and everything's the same. The only difference is
you're not in the same room as I am.
No, because we're not in the same room. This is a big day for the chat. I think it's a big day for the chat on YouTube. If you're on our YouTube stream, because I just in talking to you and not being able to see you, I'll probably watch the stream a little more to see you.
Right.
So we can I feel like I'm talking to you a little bit more, and that'll be great for the chat because I'll see more comments.
Yes.
So here we go.
Yeah.
You can join us at 803-0550. We can chat about anything really.
Big day for the bullpen.
Huge day for the
bullpen. You guys have some pressure on you. That means I think.
Yeah. An early comment right away. Where's your wide receiver board? You know what? That's a good question. I don't have one in here.
It's over there.
And when we get to draft season, I will have to actually put one in here. I guess that's the call to action.
Shouldn't you have some sort of train decor in the background there of some sort, or maybe pictures and maybe jerseys of some of the great receivers of all times?
You might be right. I might need something like that.
Get a Lee Evans jersey back there. That's what you need.
I got a Stevie
Molds,
jersey.
Lee Evans, like the different generations of Bills receivers.
I have Stevie and I have Diggs.
Okay, that's a good start.
Right. I don't have Evans. Those are the last two great Bills receivers. And,
Evans, Molds, and Andre. That's what you need.
Maybe one of these guys on this team, I'll snag a jersey eventually. But I've already thought my next jersey is going to be Dawkins. So, the big man barge, right? That's what Josh was calling it, the big man barge.
Yes.
That's the plan. So anyway, hey everybody, Jeremy and Joe. I'm live from home. Joe's in studio. Josh and Owen are here as well. Mm-hmm. You've had time to sleep on it. I mean, is the James Cook reaction the thing to still do? We heard from Brandon Beane. We heard from James Cook. Mm-hmm. And the deal gets done. I have it's not quite a rant / mini rant, but I'd like to, if possible, all of us acknowledge how dumb all of us are, how dumb the NFL contract process is, how silly every single conversation about a number is bad. And I want to give you 10 reasons that happened in the last 24 hours, if I could.
Okay.
So James Cook's initial tweet is $15 million, right?
Yes.
Did he mean actual $15 million or agent inflated $15 million? Because we already know there are like two sets of numbers. Then we get down to a third set of numbers. I've seen the Cook deal broken down so many times. Bill Barnwell just pointed out that when the agent said the most guaranteed money, he was including the guaranteed money he was already guaranteed in the final year of his deal.
Right, his rookie deal. Yeah.
Yes. Counting money you're already guaranteed as guaranteed money in the deal.
Yeah, that doesn't seem. You're misleading. You're misleading by doing that. Yeah,
it's terrible. And on top of that, what you also get is teams talking about it. Well, sure, it's a 4-year extension, but if you include the year he's already on, I've got him at 5 years for this. Yeah, don't do that either.
No,
like, everybody just. It's kind of like evaluating a quarterback and saying, look at his quarterback rating in games between this date and this date. He's got as many touchdowns as Josh Allen. Every contract breakdown is effectively the graphic that tries to make Tua look as good as Josh. That is every single contract breakdown we ever get. And I'm ready to just say, like, we're all so dumb for this. Like, all of us.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, how much is he really even... We don't know the cap hits, right? Like, until we see the cap hits, I don't really think anybody knows whether it was a great deal or not. Is that fair?
Sure.
And even then, like, those will be the cap hits for a couple of years, but everything gets so moved around that you'll never see that same number in, like, the 4th year of the deal, the 3rd year of the deal. So, it ends... I do appreciate how hockey does it a little bit when we go through all of this.
Straight number.
It is just a straight number. It's the same every year. You know it's never going to change. And that can hurt the team, right, because they can't get out of anything other than a buyout. You have so many less levers to pull. But in terms of digesting it as a fan, it's, how much does Dahlin? 11. And how much will he make in 6 years? 11.
Right.
We just know that. We just know what the number is going to be forever and always, and we can compare it to everybody in the league very easily.
It's one thing the hockey has right. It's just easy. 6 years, $66 million, $11 million for 6 years. Done. End of story.
Right.
There's no working them. There's no re-signing.
It's,
and
well,
extending.
what's the guaranteed money? And then what's the total guarantees? Because it's different than the guaranteed money.
Then there's guaranteed at sign and all this.
All the different types of incentives and everything.
Yep.
There's so much of it.
The one thing I would say regarding the Cook deal, so I almost want to not even bother to give you the numbers because they get confusing, and it's like, whatever, he's on the team. Do you like the idea of spending this money on him or not? And I feel like that's kind of where you should land. Do you like the idea of spending money on him or not? And the biggest debate I got into yesterday about any of this was whether or not the Bills got a bargain. I do not believe the Bills got a bargain. You know, people came after me a little because I thought the general belief will be that Cook won. And when I say that, you could interpret it a couple different ways. If you thought $15 million was really the goal, which I never thought it was really the goal, but if you thought $15 million was the goal, well, then you probably think the Bills come out looking great because the latest from Barnwell is that it's actually kind of close to $10 million a year. Okay, look at you, Brandon Beane. That's a master class.
Yeah.
But if you didn't want a running back sign and you didn't want a running back to get money, then you do not think that 10 is even really a good idea. I know, like, you and I talked about this, and
right.
I've lived there in the past. Don't sign any running backs. Will the Bills ever sign a running back? You know, they didn't give him Saquon money, which I never thought they would, but they gave him a healthy contract, and he is now a well-paid running back in the NFL, which I don't have a problem with. But but at the same time, I don't think it's a bargain, and I don't think it's really ever likely to be a bargain. I feel like sometimes, Joe, people are very eager to call deals bargains, especially in hockey. It happens a lot in hockey.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a bargain. I think he's now a guy that gets paid, and that's fine. Like Shakir. I don't think Shakir is this massive bargain. I think Shakir's a guy that gets paid well, fine, good. not an overpay, just like a guy that's getting paid well. And wouldn't we all acknowledge that a good chunk of contracts in the NFL are just like, yeah, this guy gets paid now versus, rookie deal?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I did the exercise last week about how far off Benford is from the top corner in the league, how far off Rousseau is from the top edge rusher, Shakir from the top receiver. And don't they all end up falling and ranking about where they're considered in the league? Like, it's all about, hey, Greg Rousseau is like, I don't know the rank off the top of my head, but he's like the 13th highest paid defensive end in football. Where would you rank Greg Rousseau among defensive ends in football? Well, like 15th, 14th, maybe around there. Maybe that's even giving him too much credit. Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, he's properly paid then. And I think Cook probably will fall into that same exact category. He is going to be on a per-year basis behind Barkley, behind McCaffrey, behind Derrick Henry, but he's going to be above Kyron Williams and James Conner and these guys like that. And to me, that's probably about right.
About where he should be.
I think all these guys this offseason ended up being about where they should be. I don't think the Bills maybe got a bargain on any of them, and I don't know that any of the players really got a steal themselves, and maybe you could argue that with Cook if you want to get into the guaranteed number, but in terms of all of them, I feel like they kind of landed where they should have been.
Yeah. Like I like how you said that. Like, a lot of them come in. The thing the Bills do is, if you compare them against some of the teams that are very bad at this, like the Cowboys,
right?
Like, the Bills save money by doing that. One thing about Cook and market rate, I saw a number of people pointing out, like, hey, SpotTrack had his market value, and we love Mike Giannetti and SpotTrack. Market value at about 10.3 or something. He comes in about 10 ultimately after you break down all the numbers.
Yeah.
Was he on the market? Like, is market value? It's not a question I've ever thought for SpotTrack and Mike Giannetti.
Right.
Is market value your open market value? Because one of the things about Cook here is he was not. And a lot of this conversation had been about people saying he doesn't have leverage. He doesn't have leverage. And he had enough to get his market value while not on the market, if that's in fact what that means. So, I don't know. It's UFA versus signed by your own team is always a little bit different. I keep saying I am good with the contract, and I did want them to pay this player about this much money.
Yeah.
So, I'm not here telling you they got taken. Where I land ultimately, and if you want to give us a call at 803-0550, where I land is he got the job done. He won. He got a second contract. He got paid well, and the Bills wanted to pay him. So, like, I think, whatever. I'm not saying the Bills lost. It's not one versus the other, but I do think that James Cook comes away with a W here because he got paid more than at least some thought he would get.
Well, in the idea of a bargain, I think implies you got him for less than he would have got on the open market. You got him for less than what he would have signed for somebody somewhere else. The implication that, all right, he got $12 million per year with you and $30 million guaranteed, and if he had waited a year and went through the bidding process, he would have got $15 million a year and he would have got $40 million guaranteed. And the more that we dug into him and some of his limitations, I wonder if there was a team out there that would have valued him, not even more, the same that the Bills valued him. Like, was this as good as he was going to do anywhere? Because the same holes in his game were going to be persistent elsewhere. How many teams were going to want to pay a running back that doesn't play half the snaps?
Good question.
Because this is a team where you can get away with that. Your quarterback, your offensive line, you have a third down running back that can do a lot of that stuff. Not everybody's got that. Maybe, like, some teams have bad offensive lines. Some teams have quarterbacks where the running back has to protect because the guy isn't as mobile. I'm thinking of like Miami for that, or teams that just can't even risk it. We talked about this with Kyron Williams. So all it takes is one other team, but I don't think there would have been this long, long list. Like, not everybody in the league would have looked at James Cook, the player, and said, that's the perfect fit for our offense.
Right.
You got to have, I think, the right type of offense to value him that highly. So I don't know that it's a bargain because I think it's very realistic to think this was the most he was going to get anywhere.
That tends to be what I think too. And to further the point about how this is all kind of silly, us trying to figure out and, assign bargain or overpay to it, is that we don't have the Kyron Williams details yet.
Yeah, there's no cap hits or anything. We just know 3 for 33, right?
3 for 33. So while James Cook's 4 for 48 has been kind of, hold on, let's carve that down. It's about 3 for 30. Oh, it's even under Kyron Williams. Well, Kyron Williams hasn't had his deal carved up yet where we see.
It's going to be like 2 for 22, 23.
Right.
Really?
It might be the kind of thing where by the time we see his deal carved up and what that deal ultimately is, now we're even, the entire market isn't as bad as previously thought. And that's something that happens at every single position. Every position, every one of these, the deal ends up looking inflated. And again, throughout this process, I wanted them to sign him. I'm glad this deal is done. I am excited to watch this exciting player who is explosive. I hope it goes well for 4 years. I know there are going to be some good cases to make about, a running back and what you could get there. I hear all that, but I'm happy. I'm glad that this deal got done. And frankly, I think Cook is a really fun player to watch. He's a bit unique in his style of running, and I'm glad the Bills have him. Won't they be motivated to keep this offense the way that it's going, where he gets the ball in space, makes big plays? There are things about that I really like. So I'm glad the deal's done, and I feel like I'm having the conversation about Allen being overrated, where I would say to people, I don't think he is, but if you say it, I think you're allowed to say it. That's all. If you think he's the second best or the first best, and the same with Mahomes, and so much, Joe, our conversations are, everybody has to line up behind, is it a bargain or not? Is it this or that? And I'm good with the deal. I don't think it's a bargain, and I think that's fine. You can't just get bargains on all 53 contracts.
Right. I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away, right? You get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. If it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or, hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is, I think, by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's devastating by any means is... Sometimes you do gotta pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. To try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it, I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. That's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. And $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. I'll take a number. I'll take $5 million this year and $6 million next year on a cap. It's going to be $600 million by that point.
It's another part of the dead cap conversation. I end up thinking whenever you're talking about, do they have room, dead cap? Why will there be dead cap? It's because they've already paid him money. You just mentioned his 3 cap hits are what? 3, 5, and 7?
3, 5, and 13. 27, okay, it's 13.
Gotcha. 3, 5, and 13. Where's the dead cap come from? It comes from a deal that averages 10, you paid him 3 this year, and then 5 next year. You owe the money that's on the AAV.
Right.
So dead cap, I feel like I'm one that does this too. I feel like all of our conversations about money and cap are just, we almost should never treat it like it's real, because even dead cap is seen as, oh, wow, what a mistake. Like, you probably plan for it. These teams definitely plan, we'll carry dead cap in like 3 years. And what does that mean? That means that we spent that money in the year before. We were, by actual dollars, $78 million over the cap. We just moved into the future years.
Yeah, you want to know in 3 years, if they said for whatever reason you decide, whatever the reason is, okay, we want to move on here. Like, we love Jimbo, but it's time to move on. If in 3 years they want to move on from James Cook, they will take a dead cap hit in 2028 of $3 million, and in 2029 of $4 million, and then it's over.
Right. Like, it's just your punter makes that much in 2029.
Right.
It's just right. This deep debate about this. This was never a contract. He's making a quarter of what like a guy like Myles Garrett makes, which those are big chunk contracts at super important positions.
Right.
You know, every once in a while you and I would talk about this, and I'd come back to, man, we're arguing an awful lot about a guy that's going to make not a lot on this roster.
That's right. I do still, though, like, even though it's a quarter of a Myles Garrett level contract, again, my problem, my nitpicky problem with this offseason is I wonder if they will have the room or even the desire to go get a $40 million a year player if that player is made available, because they've signed so many of these types of deals, and Cook is just another one that will make it a little bit harder. So on its own, no, it does not preclude you from trading for Micah Parsons in a year if the Cowboys decide, all right, this is over, we got to trade him. But by signing Palmer and by signing Cook and by having Dawson Knox on his number and then McGovern at some point, like, all of these mid-level contracts, it's what the Bills have decided to do. Like, we think we can win this way. We don't need superstars around Allen. We just need a lot of good players. But I've been wanting to see them get a player of that caliber, and I do think every deal that they sign makes that harder.
8030550. A logical follow-up to that would be, and if you want to have this conversation, we could, what's the most likely road they take to having that player on their roster? The 40. This guy needs to be paid $40 million. What's the most likely road they take? Mm-hmm. Is it something like T.J. Sanders is Chris Jones? You know, so, what is it? Because we could sit here and talk about how could they pay a guy like Garrett? Could they have room for a guy like a Max Crosby? Those guys don't get traded. Mm-hmm. And every time we get to should they go for this guy, it's like, well, do you want to pay $40 million and 2 firsts? Mm-hmm. So what's the most likely road to getting a player that is that good? It's probably a draft pick.
It is usually, but is there anybody? Sure, like it could, T.J. Sanders, that could happen. But is there anybody on the roster right now that you would project, other than Josh Allen, ever makes $40 million?
Well, it depends how long some of these guys play. I mean,
anybody. Let me just put it this way: anybody on the roster right now becoming a $40 million player would be a shock. Not to say T.J. Sanders can't do it, but come on, if he became Aaron Donald, it would be shocking.
Right. You'd have to project Maxwell Hairston to be a top 3 corner in the NFL, and by the time his rookie deal is up, could corners be at 40? I mean, maybe.
Right. Not to say it's impossible. It's just not likely at all that will be the case. Like, if there was if Kincaid had well, tight ends wouldn't get that anyway. If Coleman had 1,300 yards in his rookie season, if he was Brian Thomas Jr., if the Bills had Brian Thomas Jr. on their roster right now, what would I be saying? We're like, you're going to be paying that guy $40 million in a year. In 1 year, you're going to be paying that guy $40 million a year. But I don't see a young player on their team right now that has done anything on the field like that would tell me, oh yeah, he's working towards that.
8030550. If you want to share a thought on this, the offseason comes to an end. A lot of things to talk about. I have a very fun James Cook game to play.
Okay.
It's a game we haven't played in quite some time that I think everyone's going to have a wonderful time with. So that's my plan.
We'll get more Owen eliminations today, maybe, on his
picking his Premier League team. I'm wearing my oldest Arsenal jersey, yellow with the Arsenal crest on it.
How old is that?
2012, maybe 2011, 2012. I got it at the stadium. This was the first one I bought. I was touring the stadium, and I bought this jersey at the stadium.
Okay.
The good news is it still fits 13 years later. So,
nice.
I don't know what I expected. Not like I'm going to grow like, a foot taller. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, Josh and Owen are here. We'll talk to Sal at 8 o'clock. We'll dig into comments from Brandon Beane, from James Cook. The football world reacts to Cook signing, and I think it's generally pretty positive. He's thought of as a good player, and the Bills have decided to keep a good player. So if you're listening now, maybe you weren't with us when the news broke yesterday at 7:30, so give us a call. Get your reaction in. Do you love the move? Are you a little worried about it? And should his role change at all? Will they get an uptick in how much they use him? Beane did speak to that yesterday. And Sean McDermott joined the afternoon, guys. So it was a big day for the Bills and a big day for us talking to Bills brass. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The one thing I would say regarding the Cook deal, so I almost want to not even bother to give you the numbers because they get confusing, and it's like, whatever, he's on the team. Do you like the idea of spending this money on him or not? And I feel like that's kind of where you should land. Do you like the idea of spending money on him or not? And the biggest debate I got into yesterday about any of this was whether or not the Bills got a bargain. I do not believe the Bills got a bargain. Mm-hmm. People came after me a little because I thought the general belief will be that Cook won. And when I say that, you could interpret it a couple different ways. If you thought $15 million was really the goal, which I never thought it was really the goal, but if you thought $15 million was the goal, well, then you probably think the Bills come out looking great because the latest from Barnwell is that it's actually kind of close to $10 million a year. Okay, look at you, Brandon Beane. That's a master class.
Yeah.
But if you didn't want a running back sign and you didn't want a running back to get money, then you do not think that 10 is even really a good idea. I know, like, you and I talked about this, and
right.
I've lived there in the past. Don't sign any running backs. Will the Bills ever sign a running back? They didn't give him Saquon money, which I never thought they would, but they gave him a healthy contract, and he is now a well-paid running back in the NFL, which I don't have a problem with. But but at the same time, I don't think it's a bargain, and I don't think it's really ever likely to be a bargain. I feel like sometimes, Joe, people are very eager to call deals bargains, especially in hockey. It happens a lot in hockey.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a bargain. I think he's now a guy that gets paid, and that's fine. Like Shakir. I don't think Shakir is this massive bargain. I think Shakir's a guy that gets paid well, fine, good. Not an overpay, just like a guy that's getting paid well. And wouldn't we all acknowledge that a good chunk of contracts in the NFL are just like, yeah, this guy gets paid now versus, rookie deal?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I did the exercise last week about how far off Benford is from the top corner in the league, how far off Rousseau is from the top edge rusher, Shakir from the top receiver. And don't they all end up falling and ranking about where they're considered in the league? I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I'd forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away, right? Like you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is I think by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means, is sometimes you do gotta pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like, yeah. I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like, to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it, I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably. Yep. So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. Yesterday, James Cook signed his 4-year, $48 million deal, was back on the practice field, of course, as was Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop. They both fully participated for the first time in over a week. Still no Dion Dawkins. He had a back flare-up. He said that on with Chopin the Bulldog yesterday. You can find that on our website, WGR550.com, in the Odyssey app. Not practicing. In addition to Dawkins, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Elijah Moore, and Tyrell Shavers all at wide receiver. Bills fly out today. Play the Bears on Sunday. They'll have a joint practice with them tomorrow. Elsewhere around the NFL, Odell Beckham is not retiring. Tom Pelissero reports Beckham has had contact from several teams, and he plans to play somewhere in 2025. Baseball last night, the Blue Jays, Yankees, and Red Sox all lost by the same score, 4-1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Just to show my loyalty to my team and my teammates, I know they always got my back, so I got their back too. So just showing them that I'm willing to not be a problem and a distraction, just go out there, just practice and play and see what happens. That was my mindset.
Bills running back James Cook, contract extension for him. The Bills go 5 for 5. All 5 guys that were kind of up for deals all get extensions. And the new core, as it's being called, Bernard, Shakir, Rousseau, Benford, Cook to go with Allen, Spencer Brown. Who else is signed long-term? Did I say Benford?
Dawkins is about,
Dawkins.
I mean, he was a part of the previous one, too.
Yeah, he's, of course, part of the core.
Yeah.
Who else am I talking about here? That might be it. That's it for now.
You said Terrell Bernard?
I said Bernard. I didn't say
Ed Oliver?
I didn't say Coleman yet. Dawson Knox. Let's put him in there for a holdover on core. Kincaid and Coleman.
Is that Oliver really part of it?
Yeah, he's got to be. He signed.
How much has he got left? Can't be much, right?
Wasn't last year his second year on that deal?
That was it?
Because he signed it and had a great year. And I don't feel like, if I'm remembering, last year was not the year that was the great year.
Yeah, he signed a 4-year deal, and then it's the same as Cook, right? Where there was one rookie year and then it started.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. He's got... a lot of people might be going to Spot Track today.
I am.
Yeah,
I'm here right now. Like, there's a potential out after this year.
Okay.
But there's a lot of dead cap if they move on from Oliver. I feel like he's a restructure candidate. He's 28 right now.
Yep.
Anyway, 803-0550. Your thoughts on Cook getting that contract done, and whether or not, we could talk about like distractions. Now there are no distractions. Doesn't the deal getting done and now everyone talking nicely make it seem like it was never that big of a distraction? I mean, we were distracted by it. We got a lot of conversations out of August contract negotiation stuff, but in reality, what?
I mean, Beane said that he was legitimately worried about it being a distraction, but then he also said that he thought, after he had that worry, the team treated it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So I don't think it really ended up being one, unless, there would be guys that would say that it was, and they wouldn't admit it. Maybe that could be a coach. Maybe that could be other guys in the running back room. But nobody expressed that it was ever like a giant distraction to them.
Yeah. Let's get some calls in. 803-0550. We have a spot for you to chat with us. Mike in Orchard Park is up first. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good,
Thanks for having me on. Overall, like the contract in general, there's been a couple of reports that it's really a 3-year deal, $10 mil a year. Overall, I don't hate that we're keeping one of our best offensive players, right? And I guess what I question with this deal is Brandon Beane is very smart, and his staff, how they run the cap. And there was a reasoning why Brandon Beane was, trying to hold off this contract. And I guess, my main concern moving forward here, yes, James Cook's contract is just a small portion of the cap, but moving forward here is keeping the offensive line intact for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my main concern. This is one of the best offensive lines we've had in Buffalo in a long time, especially Josh Allen's had. So, Torrance's contract is going to be coming up soon. McGovern's contract is coming up. So, that's where my concern is, right? There's a reason why we were trying to hold off the James Cook contract. And I guess I'm just concerned of, making sure we have the funds and the availability to keep our offensive line intact moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes the offensive linemen are easy. The part of this conversation has been that the Bills haven't had a player push them. Mm-hmm. And that could be because Cook wanted to push, or that could be because the Bills were a little bit lower than he liked. Or that's the thing, we don't get to know how they arrived at where they got to, but everybody else just kind of signs. It's been something the Bills have been credited for, signing guys early. Will Torrance just go the same way as Spencer Brown, where it's, oh, yeah, there you go, there's an extension. And the same as everybody just signs, right?
Yeah.
I guess the only examples we could use now are guys that leave, and this is how it goes. We are convinced they didn't want to keep Tremaine Edmonds. Now, did they at a certain number?
Yeah.
But he left, so we say, oh, they didn't want him. Did they want to keep Jordan Poyer when he left for Miami? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing that's kind of funny about Edmonds is he kind of stands alone here. On Beane says draft, develop, and re-sign our own. They have basically done that with every single player that it's at least reasonably good, or that they have drafted high and is reasonably good. Except that one dude.
And Gabe. It's Edmonds and Gabe.
And Gabe. I guess that's right, too. Gabe wasn't a first-round pick, though. And, wouldn't you want to wouldn't there be a little extra feeling inside a GM to say, I picked that guy in round 1. I traded up for that guy. I want to want that guy around long term. I'm going to want to make that look like a great pick, looking back on... I traded up and got Tremaine Edmonds in the first round. Maybe he doesn't care because it's the same draft as Josh Allen, and no one's ever going to look past pick 7 in that year. But he's the only one. So was he just the only one that was about money? Or I really am curious how that played out because it's very unique. He's the only guy. Yeah. You're right. To include Gabe is probably right. But I do think Edmonds being a first-round pick makes it a little extra something.
Well, as you point out that draft and develop, I want to make this point without trying to sound too cynical, but I think it's part of reality, which is if they come up short and continue to come up short, it'll then be a talking point that this is something that happened that happens with the Sabres and Darcy, and they're too loyal to their own players. Here's a great example of the other end of the spectrum. We've got person in the chat saying hey, well, they've got their core locked up. So do the Sabres. And doesn't it feel like the Sabres are stuck in theirs? All these long-term deals, we're kind of stuck with these players. Where's the room for somebody else to come in? Mm-hmm. And it's not a perfect comparison because in the NFL, the cap goes up $60 million every year or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But just keeping guys under contract. Like what Beane is doing is, on one hand, smart, good business. We have good players. We're going to keep our good players. We're not going to go to the desert to try to find a replacement at 5 different positions in one season. He's going to kind of keep this thing going. And on the other side is, well, you kind of don't give yourself the opportunity for someone to come in. I mean, what I mean by that is the running back room is set now. They won't draft a running back in the 4th round who ends up being Bucky Irving freak show. Holy cow, look at this surplus we get for 5 years. They are very unlikely to have a receiver do that, too. They're very unlikely to have a lineman do that as well. And again, like, I know that is a gamble when you do that, but if you don't have guys locked up, you can use a bunch of picks and have those guys come in. And that's something that we've talked about a little bit, like the Rams and the Niners have done.
Yep.
Pay the elite and then draft a bunch of guys and see who comes into those spots. So a lot of different ways to do it. Again, what I'm getting at is all that really matters is if they win.
Well,
they win.
Back to the caller's point, though, about the line. Like, maybe the line is a place that they will look to upgrade or look to, invest a high pick in. I think it would be surprising to me if Torrance is not going to get an extension. But I don't know. Connor McGovern's got a high cap hit. They could have done something with him all off season. If they really wanted him around long term, it would have made total sense to get him on an extension and lower that number from 9 to 4 or 5 or something. But they haven't done that. So I don't know. Maybe they've got thinking in a year we might be drafting a first round center.
Right.
That would be the only spot though, right? Because they're not doing it receiver anytime soon. They're not doing a running back anytime soon. They shouldn't be doing it at tight end anytime soon, I hope.
No. I mean, Cedric Pran Granger could be the guy they already tabbed for, or Alec Anderson. They could have him in the building.
Right.
Dave is next up. Dave in Boston here on WGR.
Morning, guys.
Morning, Dave.
Hey, so I'm in my early 30s, and my entire Bills fandom, this is the first time I can remember the Bills bringing back all of the main guys, the core. And it's a good feeling right now. And but I guess we'll see how the vibes are and once the season plays out. And you kind of already touched on my question. And what I was going to ask is if you think if Gabe Davis gave the Bills a discount, and he'd still be on this roster. So I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, go Bills.
It's a good question, how big the discount would have been. Because, if you look at the Gabe career, and why are we talking about Gabe? Because, as Joe pointed out, there aren't that many guys that leave. So we might want to say, why would a guy leave? I guess if Gabe would have taken a discount, they might have signed him, or however far down that discount would have been. Gabe signs for what, 13, Joe?
Yeah.
13. I mean, would the Bills have signed him for 10? Maybe. They were comfortable having him be their number 2 receiver for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Unchallenged in Super Bowl windows. So did they all of a sudden decide that wasn't good enough, or did they say, we just can't pay what you think you're going to get on the open market? Gabe could have thought he was going to get 17 on the open market and ultimately gets 13.
Yeah.
And maybe the Bills were offering 10, so those two sides were very far apart, and when he's out the door, he's out the door.
I wonder if it matters, too, how much it ends. How much? What was the last thing you saw? Because with Gabe, it was. We always mention how Diggs' role became way less efficient and wasn't targeted as much.
Oh yeah,
in the
Gabe,
Bills'
offense. He got 0 target games.
Target games. He was not on the same page with Allen. Remember the Eagles game multiple times where the Eagles game. There's the pick. Right in the red zone in overtime because him and Josh weren't thinking at the same spot. And then there's the Dolphin game where he runs the wrong route at the end zone and Josh throws a pick. So maybe there was that lack of communication on top of not being targeted. And with Edmonds, what was the last thing you saw? It was him getting destroyed in the Bengal playoff game. He was on skates the whole day. I mean, when I think of complaints about that game, it's 2 things. It's the defensive line getting pushed around, and maybe this is a defense for Edmonds, is the defensive line getting thrown around, and then Edmonds just getting destroyed in that entire game. And that was the last time we saw him.
Yeah.
So maybe, I wonder if that plays into it. If maybe they thought, we're going to offer this guy. We're going to go in to get this guy to stay. And then in the playoffs, he was a no-show, and they just, no, not after that. We're not doing it after that.
803-0550 is our phone number. I have a Let's Get Stupid for everybody out there. I have a James Cook game to play.
Okay.
We'll talk with Sal at 8 o'clock. It rained yesterday.
It did. Hallelujah.
Honest to goodness rain. Right?
Yes.
Not bad.
Yesterday was one of the best weather days we've had in weeks, just because it wasn't 95 degrees. It was nice. Well, because the rain stopped eventually. So
it is Thursday. Can you believe there's not a football game on tonight?
Not a what?
Not a football game tonight. How could there not be, why is there not a preseason game on a Thursday? Come on.
I've pushed against you all week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today I'll agree with you.
We need a game
Thursday we should have a game.
All right.
Anybody. Throw the Jags on tonight or something.
I've got some of the rundown of Taylor Swift on the New Heights podcast.
Did you watch it?
A little bit. My wife was watching the whole thing. I popped in from time to time.
I watched some of it too, so we can talk about it.
It was good. It was funny. 803-0550, Jeremy and Show on James Cook. If you want to give us your thoughts, the deal gets done. Cook is signed. And we're talking about it with you here on WGR.
Again, my problem, my nitpicky problem with this offseason is I wonder if they will have the room or even the desire to go get a $40 million a year player if that player is made available, because they've signed so many of these types of deals, and Cook is just another one that will make it a little bit harder. So on its own, no, it does not preclude you from trading for Micah Parsons in a year if the Cowboys decide, all right, this is over, we got to trade him. But by signing Palmer and by signing Cook and by having Dawson Knox on his number and then McGovern at some point, like all of these mid-level contracts, it's what the Bills have decided to do. Like, we think we can win this way. We don't need superstars around Allen. We just need a lot of good players. But I've been wanting to see them get a player of that caliber, and I do think every deal that they sign makes that harder. I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30, because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away. Right, like you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is I think by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is sometimes you do got to pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like, yeah. I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like, to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it, I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably. Yep. So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number.
every year that's the only goal that you have is winning the Super Bowl. If we don't win it, it's a failure.
As much of a dreamer as Lamar was, I don't think he could have ever imagined this.
Superstar athletes, leading men, they're on the top of the mountain.
The Cowboys are America's team. Why don't we be the world's team?
Chiefs Kingdom!
Fleetwood Mac now.
Yeah, they ruined Fleetwood Mac
on the Kingdom there.
Did you hear what the owner just said in that clip?
What's that?
The Cowboys are America's team. We're the world's team.
Oh, get out!
What a claim! The world hates you, man.
Get out!
The world's team.
We are back to the Chiefs. Almost annoying Chiefs season.
It's tonight. That's why you don't have a preseason game tonight, because ESPN's got that on the Kingdom.
Right.
Brutal.
Man, let me tell you, got nothing for the Chiefs. I did watch some of Taylor Swift with the Kelceys.
Except for their tight end. You're watching his podcast.
Yeah, a little bit. I like his brother a lot. I don't mind him. Number one thing I noticed is Jason Kelce definitely dyed his beard.
Did he?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't notice that.
As someone whose beard is going gray,
yeah,
his looks like it's painted on. It's like he dyed that beard. So,
well, he's got a late night show. I mean, he's got to keep up appearances.
I guess he might have to. Sure, you're not allowed to have salt and pepper. All right, fine.
I don't know.
But it was Taylor told the story of how Travis Kelce thought, like how they started dating and how they met. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of funny because if you actually go far enough back, you might remember that it kind of came out like Travis Kelce he went to a concert and made a bracelet and tried to meet her.
Yes.
And he couldn't get backstage. And Taylor was telling the story basically that, yeah, he thought just because he knew the elevator woman, he and Pat, referring to Mahomes, they thought they would just come back.
Yeah.
And she said, like, afterwards, she's like, did they reach out to management? Did they say they wanted to come meet us? Like, no, they just came to the show and figured, like, hey, we're the Chiefs. We get to do what we want around here.
Uh-huh.
And it was fun. I appreciate it. I thought
they were told
funny.
no. They were told
no. You can't just do that. So there is a level of, hey, you're the king of a city. You're Travis Kelce in Kansas City. Oh, the Taylor Swift tour's here. Can I just show up? Nope. Mm-hmm. No, you actually cannot do that. Sorry. And I can just imagine that. And you are Patrick Mahomes. All right. Okay. Great. Thanks, Mr. Mahomes. Have a great night.
I would have loved to see who told them no. Probably not that elevator operator, right? Probably would have been somebody else.
It ultimately worked out for Mr. Kelce there, of course, right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
yeah, I think it did. It was good. I watched the first 20, 30 minutes with my wife. I think she watched she'll probably watch the rest of it today.
Bills Mafia got a mention,
of
course, because they're at that playoff game.
And within the first 10 minutes, she talked about how she thought that Josh Allen and Jared Goff would play against each other on the field at the same time.
Yes.
And now she knows what cover 6 is or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was good. All right, you want to play the fun James Cook game?
Yes.
As we get back into a conversation? All right. We got a great James Cook game. We haven't played this game in a while. You can play along. We'll do that and take more of your calls on the Bills extension for their star running back, James Cook. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The one thing I would say regarding the Cook deal, so I almost want to not even bother to give you the numbers because they get confusing, and it's like, whatever, he's on the team. Do you like the idea of spending this money on him or not? And I feel like that's kind of where you should land. Do you like the idea of spending money on him or not? And the biggest debate I got into yesterday about any of this was whether or not the Bills got a bargain. I do not believe the Bills got a bargain. Mm-hmm. People came after me a little because I thought the general belief will be that Cook won. And when I say that, you could interpret it a couple different ways. If you thought $15 million was really the goal, which I never thought it was really the goal, but if you thought $15 million was the goal, well, then you probably think the Bills come out looking great because the latest from Barnwell is that it's actually kind of close to $10 million a year. Okay, look at you, Brandon Beane. That's a master class.
Yeah.
But if you didn't want a running back sign and you didn't want a running back to get money, then you do not think that 10 is even really a good idea. I know, you and I talked about this, and I've lived there in the past. Don't sign any running backs. Will the Bills ever sign a running back? They didn't give him Saquon money, which I never thought they would, but they gave him a healthy contract, and he is now a well-paid running back in the NFL, which I don't have a problem with. But but at the same time, I don't think it's a bargain and I don't think it's really ever likely to be a bargain. I feel like sometimes, Joe, people are very eager to call deals bargains, especially in hockey. It happens a lot in hockey.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a bargain. I think he's now a guy that gets paid, and that's fine. Like Shakir. I don't think Shakir is this massive bargain. I think Shakir's a guy that gets paid well, fine, good. Not an overpay, just like a guy that's getting paid well. And wouldn't we all acknowledge that a good chunk of contracts in the NFL are just like, yeah, this guy gets paid now versus, rookie deal?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I did the exercise last week about how far off Benford is from the top corner in the league, how far off Rousseau is from the top edge rusher, Shakir from the top receiver. And don't they all end up falling and ranking about where they're considered in the league? I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away, right? Like you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is I think by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is sometimes you do gotta pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap, probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. A lot of injury news for the Bills yesterday after James Cook signed his 4-year, $48 million extension. Of course, he was on the practice field. So was Taylor Rapp. So was Cole Bishop. They both fully participated for the first time since St. John Fisher. Also returning was Alec Anderson. Although he only did individual work, Anderson had a knee scope a couple weeks back. The bad news is Dion Dawkins was absent. Sean McDermott told Chopin the Bulldog that Dawkins had a back injury, not expected to be serious. And also not practicing, Elijah Moore and Tyrell Shavers, in addition to Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir, already not practicing at wide receiver. Bills fly out today to Chicago. They'll have a joint practice tomorrow, and then preseason game number 2 on Sunday. Ben Johnson said that the Bears starters will play against the Bills after not seeing the field in their first preseason game. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jerry Jones sounding yesterday like he has no intention of talking contract with Micah Parsons, saying he expects Parsons to play on the final year of his deal. He doesn't see a deadline to sign him. Also, there was a report that the two sides haven't had meaningful contract talks in months. Odell Beckham, according to Tom Pelisseros, had contact from several teams. He plans to play somewhere in 2025. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, Yankees, and Red Sox all falling yesterday by a score of 4-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Honestly, was worried about that. I really was. But I think our team really handled it. Maybe we've been here a while. Obviously we've been through things in the past, things that happened, distractions. And I think our core of this team knew what this was about and that everyone was level-headed. And yes, James was not on the practice field, but he was at walkthroughs, he was in meetings, and he wasn't just there physically, like he was engaged in those things and engaged with his teammates.
Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane yesterday talking about the James Cook extension. The Bills head off to Chicago today for a practice tomorrow and then preseason game number 2 against the Chicago Bears. But Cook gets his deal. I want to read you a little bit here from Bill Barnwell on this contract. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday. We opened the show talking about how silly I did about how when we talk contracts, I just think we're always somewhat in the dark, and the whole process is kind of silly and stupid. So Barnwell pointed out that the real money on James Cook comes in at about $11.5 per year, and that, finger quotes, $30 million guaranteed was a severe case of agent inflation because there's $15 million guaranteed at signing, 5.3 of which he was already getting for this year. We get agent inflation. I think we also get team inflation the other way. We get everybody picking apart a deal the way that they want. But Barnwell had something else on Kyren Williams here that, Joe, I'm going to give you some blast from the past names that you're, I think, really going to appreciate.
Okay.
So he points out Kyren Williams is a piece of evidence that the running back market has not been propelled forward. So there's this big conversation about how running backs are back. Barkley, Henry, James Cook said he wants 15. And he pointed out on Kyren Williams, while the deal is reported $11 million, on percentage of the cap, that is just above Nyheim Hines, Gio Bernard, and pre-breakout Austin Eckler a couple years ago. So he goes on to point out that in 2017, Devonta Freeman signed for almost 5% of the cap.
Okay.
Which in today's money is $14 million per season.
Yeah.
So in 2017, a Devonta Freeman was a $14 million running back in today's money.
Yeah.
And where are running backs? They're all coming in under that.
Yeah.
So while salaries are going up and Cook's got, whether you want to call it a $12 million AAV or 11.5, or really it's kind of 10, whatever it is, it's important to remember that these deals, while they look bigger and bigger, especially at this position, this is where I landed the whole time about why it's okay to sign him, because we get sticker shock on the idea of 11 or 12 or 15, but at the top of the position, getting that little money, by comparison to what it got 7 years ago, it's still low. Running backs are still coming in at reasonable value on the cap.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that context was great from Barnwell. Like Gio Bernard and Nyheim Hines got 3.4% of the cap a couple of years ago, and here's James Cook getting like 4% of the cap.
But again, like why are they getting that low of a percentage of the cap? Because everyone believes you can reasonably replace them with a guy who's making $900,000.
That's right. Reasonably replace them. So
right.
reasonably replace them means that the guys that make a big difference, GMs are going to say, I think he makes enough of a difference to not
pay him 10 times what the rookie's going to make.
Yes, because the rookie, maybe I can't count on the rookie to stay healthy or have fumbling problems or be a big-time difference maker. And the other thing about this, Joe, rookies making $900,000, some rookies make that. You had the numbers yesterday about what's Ashton Genty going to make?
He's $35 million is guaranteed.
Right.
I don't know what the per year is, but $35 million guaranteed is already second in the league at the position.
Right. So running backs are in this spot where you want a second contract, and unless you're a GM that's willing to pay, I don't know, about the same to guarantee yourself a blue chip running back, now you're taking guys in like the second, third, and fourth round and hoping one of them hits. And the Bills have done this with, of course, Singletary, Moss, and Cook, and Ray Davis, and they've identified one guy of that group as, this guy should be re-signed. We should pay to keep this and put a stop to, I want to say they're going to put a stop to trying to find running backs in the draft, right?
I was going to say, because they're here. Like, there's no diamond in the rough coming unless Ray Davis takes some massive step forward. Like, he's here for his rookie contract, and Ty Johnson signed a multi-year deal, and James Cook is here. So, like, the idea that they would draft a guy in the fourth round and then, oh, look, he's Bucky Irving. And guess what? Oh, he's the starter now because he's amazing, or he's on par with James Cook at least because that's how good he is. Like you are not having that happen in the next 3 years. Is 3 too many? I mean, Ty Johnson's only signed for 2, so maybe in that third year, that's when you'll start looking for somebody else. But that's a little bit, I guess, of the disappointment of the signing is that they're not going to be taking shots at the position like that, where every year there's a guy in the mid-rounds who ends up being awesome. Every year.
I don't want that shot. Is it wrong? Is it twisted that maybe the best part about this for me is that they won't do that?
No, I want them to keep taking shots on the cheap running backs. And by doing this, they will no longer be taking those shots.
But it's where you save, even if we're going to go for a flyer, and maybe you want to say that a fourth-round running back is much more likely to make a big difference and be one of the best in the NFL than a fourth-round defensive tackle, right? And I might even get you that. I might even give you that.
Yeah.
But put it this way. If I'm using, for the rest of the time, you want to make it a third, you want to make it a fourth, you want to make it a second because that's what Cook is?
Make it a third. Split the difference. Split the difference.
If for the rest of my franchise's history I spend third-round picks on running backs, I get the least actual return because the top of the market is 20 and the second tier of the market is 11, like Cook. If I spend those picks on, I don't want to say quarterbacks because quarterbacks never make it to the third that are good. It just almost never happens. I want to spend those thirds on receivers, defensive ends, defensive tackles, corners. If that guy hits, I'm saving way more. I'm getting actually much more value on, if you gave me the 7th best defensive tackle in the league in the third round versus the 7th best running back in the league in the third round, the defensive tackle is a much bigger value, and B, when I'm re-signing that guy, like those guys are harder to find. I think the replaceability of the running back position is kind of, I don't know, it's a double-edged sword. Like, I get it. I don't disagree. You can find them. But when you keep doing it, I don't know, would the Bills be a better team if they had not spent 4 picks or 3 picks on running backs? I feel like they could have had other players that would have been better ideas, and here they are. They end up with Cook. Now they're going to stop the running back parade, which we've seen 4 picks, if I'm including Nyheim Hines, 4 picks spent on chasing a pass-catching running back.
The difference, though, I would say with all of those positions, I think that's a good point. Like, in terms of the money, it is more worth to draft those players. The difference is, though, running back is the one position where the guy almost always plays right away. Like, there's no development. The guys enter the league in their primes. You're going to see them. You're going to get a look at them.
Cook didn't. Right?
Well, he did to some degree. I mean, by the second half of that first year. And what was that as a story? It was late second-round pick. Why on earth is he not on the field? That's not the same when it's a Dwayne Carter or when it's a Dorian Williams or when the first year it's Terrell Bernard or, just go down the list. These two are running backs. Harrison Phillips. Like, a lot of these players don't play right away. So, and part of that is I think a lot of those other positions need more development. Running back is a rotational position where guys are trusted usually right into the league. And I get a better idea of whether they're productive or not immediately. And I can use those guys immediately. I don't know if Landon Jackson's really going to play much this year. Dwayne Carter didn't play much last year. Running backs in that round, they will play that much that year. Ray Davis last year, it's 100 carries, right?
To this point then, if you think they're so replaceable, which, again, I think there's a fair point here. Would you be good with Ty Johnson being your backup? Or sorry, being your starter? Like, Ty Johnson's your starter, $2.5 million per year. Could you get away with it?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, then why spend a third-round pick? To me, draft capital is it. If you think it's super replaceable, don't draft it. Sign it in free agency. Go get your Ty Johnson. Go get your, who else signed this year in free agency? I don't know, Javonte Williams. I don't know who you want.
Yeah, right. But the bargain bin $3 million guys.
Yeah. Right, where the Bills have hunted plenty of bargain bin running backs over the years. Again, it's still, that's one of the biggest reasons I like this. I am taking running back off the board. By the way, we have a bet on the bet board. What are they more likely to draft first, linebacker or running back? They didn't go with either this year, and now for next year, I feel great.
Although you shouldn't feel great about linebacker, though.
I mean, they're not going to draft a running back.
No, but they're not going to draft a linebacker.
I mean, Matt Milano's kind of old. You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
80305.
No, you're right. If they hadn't restructured Milano's deal, I would feel better about it, but they did.
8030550, 1-888-550-2550. If you want to give us a call, your thoughts on Cook, we'd love to have them. Join us. It was about 24 hours ago, almost, about 7:30 yesterday, the news broke that James Cook signed his contract extension. So if you've not had a chance to get in yet, you can give us a ring. Meanwhile, I have a game to play. A James
Cook game?
Cook game. Yes.
I'm excited. All right.
Are you ready for it?
Yes, I am. Let's go.
Right. Here's the game. I could have made this instant trivia, but decided that this would be a better way to do it. And that is James Cook, now that he has his extension, where will he end up in Bills history for all-time rushing yards? That's right.
Okay.
We're going to play Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger, yes. The return of Cliffhanger.
The return of Cliffhanger.
Love
so
it.
James Cook is currently 16th in Bills history in rushing yards.
Okay.
Just ahead of Kenneth Davis.
Okay.
James Cook, 16th. Joe, I'm going to give you numbers. You tell me if he will get that number before he is done playing for the Bills. It doesn't have to be on this contract extension. Just where will James Cook end all-time rushing yards for the Bills? Will he get 100 more yards?
Yes, he will.
He will pass Marshawn Lynch by doing that.
Wow.
Will he get 300 more yards?
Yes.
Jim Braxton and Antoine Smith.
Okay.
He will pass in Bills history for rushing yards. Will James Cook get 600 more career rushing yards with the Buffalo Bills?
Yes, he will.
He will pass Devin Singletary and Cookie Gilchrist.
Okay. Cookie Gilchrist really didn't play here that long, I guess.
Will he get 1,000 more rushing yards in his career?
Yes, he will.
He will pass C.J. Spiller, Willis McGahee, and Ray Carlton.
Okay.
We're moving up here. Will James Cook, maybe I should really start to pick this apart a little more. Let me do the math. Will James Cook, who has 2,638 career rushing yards, will he get 1,400 more yards?
Yes, he'll get 1,400 more.
He'll pass LaShawn McCoy.
Don't think he'll do that this year, though.
1,500.
Yes.
He'll pass Travis Henry. Will he get 1,600?
Yes.
In his Bills career. Okay, this is a fun one. He'll pass Josh Allen.
What's Josh's number?
41-42.
So he's 1,500 behind?
Behind Josh, yeah. Which is kind of nuts, right? Now, Josh's number will continue to move as well.
I know. So...
Which, by the way, after this, if you want to, we'll play Josh Allen Cliffhanger where he ends up in all-time rushing
Can
yards.
I almost project that Cook will pass Allen and then Allen will pass him back later?
And then You could. Depends
You know what
how
I mean?
far you want to.
I think this is what I would say. Cook will at some point be above Allen on the all-time rushing list, but by the end of their careers, Allen will be higher.
All right. Well, we'll do Allen cliffhanger.
But Allen's higher, so we'll just keep Allen. Allen will stay higher.
Okay, so 1,500 yards he passes where Josh Allen is right now.
Yeah.
Will he get 2,000 more rushing yards in his career?
Yes.
He'll pass Joe Cribbs. And
and what are we? Are we in the top 5 already?
After passing Cribbs, he is 4th.
Okay.
4th all-time in rushing yards. Will James Cook get 3,009 rushing yards in his Bills career from this moment? 3,009.
Yes, he will.
He will pass Fred Jackson, all-time rushing yards for the Bills.
Okay.
And
Fred's 4th.
Fred's 3rd.
3rd, sorry. 3rd.
Now Cook is 3rd all-time.
I feel like this is where we're going to stop.
You might have a bit of a gap here.
It's a guess. I don't know what the gap is. I can just imagine, though, that the gap is large.
Yeah. Will James Cook get 7,500 more rushing yards in his career?
No, he will not.
No, he will not.
I tried, as you were starting, I'm like, what's the number I want? I'm like, I think he's going to get, set the line at 3,500 more yards for the Bills.
Yep.
7,000.
7,500 more rushing yards.
No, he will not do that.
He will not do that.
What would he have to do? He'd have to play the entirety of this contract
and get 1,300 a year, and then have another contract.
And I don't think if he averaged 1,000 per year, he'd have to play for the Bills until he's 35 years old, right? To have a shot, any shot. No, I don't believe he will get that far. And I'd be floored if he came close.
All right. So you predict through the cliffhanger game. I mean, there's a pretty big gap. It's 4,500 yards between Fred and OJ. So when Cook moves into 3rd all time, he's got a lot of time to be there.
I do think, though, as I said, I think when it's all set and done, he's going to be 4th. I think Josh is going to be 3rd.
So that means you think Josh Allen will pass Fred Jackson in all-time rushing yards with the Bills?
Yes.
He needs 1,500 yards roughly to do it. 1,505.
Yeah, he'll do that. I mean, I know the running eventually is going to cool off a little bit, but we talked about yesterday Steve Young, because Allen said in that Bussin' with the Boys podcast, he's on a Steve Young kick right now. He's watching Steve Young highlights. And didn't you tell me, I don't have the stats in front of me, Steve Young ran for a crazy amount of yards, a 38?
Steve Young is... Let's play the grandpa tells you about a player, because you didn't really see Steve Young, did you?
No, 99 he's done,
man.
so I don't remember.
I used to kind of regularly say that I think Steve Young's the best quarterback I ever watched. I feel like I used to say it. He's the all-time leader in passer rating.
But you don't say that anymore?
I don't know. He doesn't come up as much. He's not in GOAT conversations because he didn't win a million Super Bowls like, Brady or Manning or Mahomes. But Steve Young, not only was Steve Young an athletic quarterback, Joe, if you want to make a comparison or you want to see a career arc that you want to mimic if you're Allen, he's had a ton more success than Steve Young had. By the time Steve Young is 30, he's only played 10 games in a year, and he went 5-5.
Right. He started 1 year in Tampa, fully,
2 years in Tampa,
but he went 2-12.
Yeah, 2 years in Tampa, wasn't very good.
Right.
Spot duty for the Niners. His first year as a full-time starter for the Niners, he went 14-2.
Yeah.
And then 10-6, 13-3, 8-3, 9-3, 12-3, 11-4. He won a million games with the Niners.
He won MVP the first year he was a full-time starter for the
He's a
Niners.
3-time first-team All-Pro. He won the MVP twice. He finished second once. Steve Young was an unbelievable quarterback. But the best part about looking at his career arc, if you are a Allen fan that wonders, when will his physical peak be? When will be on the other side of that? Steve Young started being amazing at 31. 31. Mm-hmm. If Allen had the years that Steve Young had from 31 to 37, he's one of the 5 best quarterbacks to ever play. I mean, I don't know if he's going to get to the 7 Super Bowls like Brady, but Allen's already one of the best to ever play the position. I think we could put him on a, top 20 list.
Yes.
And if he has this 7-year 30s, good night. Steve Young was amazing.
Yeah. Pair that with 1 or 2 Super Bowls, and he could be top 5, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Top 5 for that? In the Peyton Manning territory? If it'll get divulged into rings culture, which will be Mahomes and Brady. But after that, what about after that?
Well,
could he be 3rd?
every once in a while, I like to say there is a scenario where Allen could pass Mahomes on rings. I'm just saying it's possible.
I mean, of course there's a scenario.
Is it
There's
unlikely?
a scenario where the Sabres win the Cup this year, too.
You're saying he can't get 4?
What's more likely, the Sabres winning the Stanley Cup this year or Allen getting to 4? Probably Allen getting to 4, right? Probably. I don't know if the odds would say that, but it feels like the Allen one might be more likely.
I mean, if you put that in a Twitter poll, I think it is 90-10.
In favor of Allen getting to 4?
Yes. I think that's 90-10. Is that wrong?
It might be. It's not wrong. It might be wrong to say that, but nobody's going to think that way, if that makes sense. Like if some scientist was going to calculate the odds on those two outcomes, I wonder if the Sabres winning the Cup this year would be higher, but I can't. I bet you. I don't even know if it's 10. It might be like 2% would say the Sabres winning the Cup's more likely.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, that could happen. But what has to happen for that to happen? You need to start beating the Chiefs, and you need Andy Reid to retire, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
you think you need more than
seeing. We joked the other day about Andy Reid answering questions about the Chiefs' window closing, which I've not seen anybody that I would respect saying that the Chiefs' window is closing. However,
no,
I have seen plenty of. They're not some unbeatable juggernaut, and I told you this offseason, I predict that the Allen is better than Mahomes conversation in terms of who's the best quarterback right now. That starts to become a real honest thing where people are not uncomfortable to say Allen. I mean,
yeah, it's
just
happened
because, right? The latest is Bill Simmons of The Ringer, like his tiers, like Allen's number 1. And again, you don't have to trust him, or you could pick anybody you want. It seems like there's at least a weakening of the shield that Mahomes has for making and winning the Super Bowl all the time, because the last couple seasons he's not been great. I have a stat of the day basically on that as well. Scott Barrett, on this fantasy football writer, who had something about the Chiefs' passing game the last 3 seasons. And, you know, we've watched the Chiefs beat the Bills and have the answers against the Bills. Meanwhile, in the regular season, how does it go every year, Joe? We watch them and we say, they don't look that good. They look like they're beatable. Somebody can get them. Scott Barrett had this stat. It's about deep passing touchdowns, not just, overall offense, but deep passing game. Mm-hmm. In the last 3 seasons, the Chiefs have 7 deep passing touchdowns, which is last in the league.
Wow.
And not only is that last in the league, they have 20 fewer than Derek Carr over that same span. Just to give you an idea of the Chiefs.
Well, he did play last year, but he's Derek Carr.
Right, but the point is, we've watched the Chiefs turn from this, oh my God, they can throw it everywhere with Tyreek Hill, to they don't ever hit deep anymore, ever. They drafted Worthy to try to do that, and they were not able to hit it.
Right.
But and you might say, oh, what's the reason behind this? Scott Barrett had more numbers on this. On the Chiefs' deep passing game, which is one of the things they're talking about trying to get back, Barrett had this. In yards, again, last 3 seasons, deep passing yards, the Chiefs are 28th.
Yeah.
They're 32nd in touchdowns. They are 27th in catchable throw rate on deep passes. And 28th in turnover-worthy throw rate on deep passes.
He's kind of having the inverse of Brady's career, right? Brady in 2007, and then beyond, is throwing for 1 billion yards and a billion touchdowns. He's a bomber. Randy Moss down the field, Gronk up the seam, just chucking the ball all over the place. At the beginning for Brady, it was all of this, wasn't it? The numbers weren't as crazy, at least.
Yeah.
More credit being given to the defense and to the surrounding cast, but not getting the gaudy numbers, not setting the world on fire offensively. That's literally Mahomes, but it's flipped, isn't it? He comes in throwing 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns, and then 5 years later, he's winning, but he's all of this. What do you mean he's bottom 5 in all of these passing statistics, and yet they've gone to the Super Bowl twice? Or 3 years in a row. How is that possible?
They built the defense perfectly right at the time when their offense dropped off.
Right. No, that is it, right? If their defense hadn't become stellar in the last couple of years,
They would have just
the
drifted.
shine would be off. What would they be right now? What would they be thought of right now? They'd be respected. They would be a team that won, 2 Super Bowls. But it would be 4 or 5 years without that defense since they had made it. They wouldn't be any dynasty. They wouldn't be on ESPN tonight with their own show. I don't think.
The Kingdom. You can watch it tonight if you just need to get more Chiefs in your life. Great. That's on tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. It's on ESPN, I guess.
I'm going to unplug all my televisions in my house tonight. Just so nobody accidentally puts it on.
They're the world's team, and we are part of the world. Team. So I think we have to watch.
Yeah, the world's team. Jeremy and Joe, Sal coming up at 8 o'clock.
Sorry, one last thing on that. I just want to make this declaration right now. The owner saying that they're the world's team, they are forbidden forever to wear us against the world shirts. Okay. For the rest of time. I never want to see them do it because I'm going to remember that they call themselves the world's team.
That's funny. That's a good point. Sal at 8 to give us the breakdown of yesterday's practice, and James Cook signing his extension. You can jump on as well. We have wide open phones, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Thanks for playing along the home version of the cliffhanger game. James Cook, according to Joe, will be the third all-time rusher and then be passed by Josh Allen, who will be third all-time in rushing yards for the Bills in the history, which could happen. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Again, my problem, my nitpicky problem with this offseason is I wonder if they will have the room or even the desire to go get a $40 million a year player if that player is made available, because they've signed so many of these types of deals, and Cook is just another one that will make it a little bit harder. So on its own, no, it does not preclude you from trading for Micah Parsons in a year if the Cowboys decide, all right, this is over, we got to trade him. But by signing Palmer and by signing Cook and by having Dawson Knox on his number and then McGovern at some point, like all of these mid-level contracts, it's what the Bills have decided to do. Like, we think we can win this way. We don't need superstars around Allen. We just need a lot of good players. But I've been wanting to see them get a player of that caliber, and I do think every deal that they sign makes that harder. I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30. Because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away, right? Like you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is, I think, by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is... Sometimes you do gotta pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. James Cook and the Bills agree on a contract extension, 4 years, $48 million. $30 million is guaranteed. He is signed with the Bills through 2029. So he's practicing, and so is Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop at safety. They've been dealing with injuries. Bishop's been out for a while. They were full participants yesterday. Also returning offensive lineman Alec Anderson. He had his knee scoped a couple weeks back. He returned doing individual drills. There was no sign of Dion Dawkins at practice. Sean McDermott said to show up in the Bulldog yesterday that Dawkins had a back flare-up. You can listen to McDermott on with Mike and Chris on our website, WGR550.com, and the Odyssey app. Not practicing yesterday, Tyrell Shavers and Elijah Moore. They joined Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel as wide receivers not on the field. Bills go to Chicago today. They'll have joint practice tomorrow, Sunday night, for preseason game number 2. Ben Johnson says the team starters will play against the Bills if they're not playing in their first game. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The one thing the Buffalo Bills do not want to look at is they don't want to look out on the field in late January when you know as well as I do they're going to be in Arrowhead. It's going to be in the fourth quarter. It's going to be 23-19 Kansas City, and the Bills are struggling to run the ball, and they can't do it, and the Chiefs defense is swarming Allen, and they're passing all over the place, and Allen is trying to do Allen ball, and it's just not working, and they don't have James Cook out there. You need that guy when you go to Arrowhead. And I'm not talking about in the regular season game against the Chiefs. I'm talking about in the playoff game. The Bills are a one-game team. They have to win one game this year that they can seem to never win. And to go into that, don't tell me about how much percentage of time he's on the field. Tell me about the percentage of the time that James Cook is in the end zone. This is a huge season for the Bills. They have to have that guy.
Kyle Brandt, his take on the James Cook signing.
They will not be playing that game in Arrowhead this year.
Well,
that's my prediction.
Listen, it's August 14th. We're waiting for preseason games to get to a regular season where they are indeed, like Kyle says, like a one-game team where what happens in the one game this year? Do they get to the next game?
Yep.
You keyed it on they won't be in Arrowhead. I keyed it on it's 23-19 in the fourth quarter. What's wrong with the offense? 19 points in the fourth?
Maybe it's really cold. Wait, we can't say that because they scored 47 in the cold ones.
Would you take down 20? It's 23-19 in the fourth, and they can't run the ball. Why are they running the ball if they're down 4 points in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
I don't need them to run the ball. Why are they down? Why do they only have 19?
Maybe there's a snowstorm. Would you take that?
Would I take a snowstorm in Kansas City?
No. The game's in Buffalo, but it's a snowstorm.
Oh man, no.
You don't want it?
No, I don't want the takes. I don't want the takes.
Well,
I don't want the takes about how because if they lose, then people would say the new stadium is a disaster because the snow hurts them.
But if they win it, you have won that argument for eternity,
forever.
It's an all or nothing.
Last time there was a snowstorm in the playoffs, they got beat by 17, right? Cincinnati.
Yes.
I mean, was that a snowstorm?
No, that was more of a dusting, wasn't it?
Okay, it was
that made the field slippery.
It was a slippery snowstorm.
Would that provide the Chiefs an out, though, if the Bills beat them in a snowstorm? Would they be able to say just, what was the weather?
Wouldn't matter.
An out, I see what you mean. Like, you can only beat us if it's snowing.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. That's what I would say to that. Have fun golfing. That would be my that would be what I would be saying. I wouldn't mind it. I'll take it however I can get it. If they want to win 9-6, I'm good with that too.
23-19 in the fourth quarter. There is a point there about how Cook is a player that showed up for them in that game.
That's right, and that he was not on the field. Will that be different?
Would he be on the field in the final drive?
Does the contract change that? Do they feel like that was a mistake that he wasn't on the field for? Again, it wasn't the whole drive. It was the last couple of plays though that he wasn't out there for.
Well, what I would say, if we want to take this year's team, this year's offense, and put them in the same scenario as last year, right? Having the ball down 3, that drive. I'm hoping that Josh Palmer or Elijah Moore or a second-year Keon Coleman can get open and give them a play they feel comfortable in where Steve Spagnuolo doesn't feel like he can just blitz everybody because he's not afraid of anybody. That's what I'm hoping. And the Bills' play call was to throw it to Shakir out of the backfield, right? On that orbit motion?
Do we think so? Unless it was Kincaid was coming open over the middle. But
Kincaid was only coming open because the Chiefs blitzed so many players that they had a coverage bust.
Yeah, that's right.
Kincaid was not supposed to be that open, and Allen saw it. Spagnuolo gambled and got away with it in part because they left Kincaid uncovered.
Right, that's right.
And if it's this year's offense, let's even go to a Kincaid that's not injured or isn't limited by his knee issues. What would you, this is a question you ask Joe Brady over a beer at a bar. Like, hey, this year's team, take me through it. Take me through what you're calling on that final drive. Are you still calling a screen to Amari Cooper's not on the team. You can't throw a screen to him.
Can't call a screen to him.
Right? It's like, what are you handing off to Ty Johnson for a 1-yard loss? Like, those are 2 plays you might, as Joe Brady, say, like, you know what, I'll tell you what I'd do this time. I mean, he might call it differently with last year's team if he ever went back and thought about it. Maybe, maybe not. Allen, of course, got them in a position, and Kincaid couldn't make the catch. But, right, you ask, is Cook going to be out there? That's a fair question. And my response is, what is Josh Palmer's role in this scenario? What is Elijah Moore's role? Or Coleman, who was also not on the field? He wasn't on the third down because they threw it to Cooper.
No, he was on and off. I think like Cook. But for the final play, I don't think he's out there either, and he's not out there for the Cooper play.
Right.
Because it probably would have gone a little bit better if he had been the guy they threw the screen to. This year, I don't know. There's a receiver on the team that I wouldn't expect to do better on that screen than Amari Cooper would. It's still amazing. He was the guy they threw it to. Like, probably your worst yak receiver on the roster was the guy that they threw it to. By the way, someone did tweet in, it's not 23-19, but it was 23-21 in the 13-second game in the fourth quarter.
And could they run the ball?
They went a little nuts after that. I have no memory of if they ran the ball in that game.
I was going to say, that little Kyle Brandt scenario, 23-21 in the fourth quarter. That's right. That was... And then what happened, Joe?
Yeah, running the ball.
And then everyone did football drugs for 3 hours. Like, man.
Singletary in that game was 10 for 26. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was 7 for 60. Those are your running backs in that
10
game.
10 for 26. I think I would be one of those people that says the reason they lost that game is because they couldn't run the ball. 10 for 26. I remember that. Whatever. This is how just start the season already.
When did he get his last? When did he get his last run though? When was the 10th run? Like in the second quarter?
It might have been. They had 2 punts that I was mad about because they were running the ball.
And they had a 1-play drive, right? Didn't Allen hit Davis on like a 70-yard touchdown? Yeah. So honestly, like Singletary might not have touched the ball like the last 2 hours of that football game.
Let's get some calls in here. John in Cheektowaga. Hey, John. Good morning.
John, you there?
No, John. Want to go to Ron?
Let's try Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. I have a sucky what-if scenario question for you. But God forbid, anything happened to Josh Allen, say game 1 or 2. Do you see Beane looking for another quarterback, or do you think we can go with what we have and still make the playoffs?
Okay. This is
what is this question? It's if Allen
got hurt early, would they just ride with Mitch or would they do something? Like pre-deadline.
I knocked on wood, by the way, if anyone's wondering.
Okay, we've all knocked on wood.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why this is a fair question. And this is something that, Joe, I think that they would and should discuss. Like, all right, who's out there? Trade partners. We want to know, in the doomsday scenario, what do we do? Here's why it's fair. Because the Bills had Ray Davis kick an extra point in case, right?
Yeah.
Tyler Bass is to get hurt in warm-ups or during a game. How's your emergency kicker at kicking extra points? That is a scenario that they practiced in the preseason. Ray Davis, turns out he can make an extra point. Okay, now we know he can do that in game action.
Mm-hmm.
And that might not be a very likely scenario. In this case, the trouble is, who could you get you'd feel good about that has no major cap hit? Like, you could say Kirk Cousins, but I don't know. That's a huge number, right? Like,
well, I got a name if you want it.
You're gonna say Tyrod Taylor.
I'm not. No. If something were to happen, are you running with Trubisky or are you calling Tannehill
out of retirement?
He's not retired.
He's not? He's just not playing?
There's been nothing about him this year. Last year, the story was he didn't want to be a backup. He wanted to wait to see if there would be an injury somewhere on a good team that he could go in and start for. And that never happened. And this year, I don't know. There's no, he was retired. I don't know if he's in shape, but that was what the deal with him last year was he was waiting for a team that he could start for. So, would you call him and see if he's in shape?
Has immediately made me uncomfortable.
Did you call Tom Brady?
Oh, God.
Sorry, I just put that in the universe. Yeah. I'm thinking of guys that recently retired. Rivers almost came out of the Super Bowl to play for out to play for the Niners. In the Super Bowl.
That's right. Niners, yeah. All right. 803-0550. I'm not mad at you. Ron did that. Ron.
Yeah, Ron.
Look what you made us do.
Blame Ron. Nothing.
All right, we'll get to a couple more calls and Sal at the top of the hour. The James Cook contract, you can give us a ring on that if you'd like to. James Cook, his 4-year deal, 48. Of course, we've seen that number taken down a little bit. So, whatever. You can like the deal, you can hate the deal, you can pay attention to it as much as you want. The real numbers. He's here. And the Bills' offseason is all about bringing back their own, and they finished the job with the Cook deal. The Bills go to Chicago today to practice tomorrow. We'll talk about it with Sal coming up at 8 here on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about your opportunity to go to Triple.
Again, my problem, my nitpicky problem with this offseason is I wonder if they will have the room or even the desire to go get a $40 million a year player if that player is made available, because they've signed so many of these types of deals, and Cook is just another one that will make it a little bit harder. So on its own, no, it does not preclude you from trading for Micah Parsons in a year if the Cowboys decide, all right, this is over, we got to trade him. But by signing Palmer and by signing Cook and by having Dawson Knox on his number and then McGovern at some point, like all of these mid-level contracts, it's what the Bills have decided to do. Like, we think we can win this way. We don't need superstars around Allen. We just need a lot of good players. But I've been wanting to see them get a player of that caliber, and I do think every deal that they sign makes that harder. I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away. Right? Like, you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like, if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or, hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is, I think, by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is sometimes you do got to pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like, I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like, to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it, I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number.
Closer to decision day, Owen Parker will be picking his Premier League team of choice.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Tomorrow.
Get ready here. It's a little chilly in here today.
Oh. Yeah.
A little chilly.
Wow. Listen, I love that Joe
you guys don't have one of these?
Joe felt the pressure to start wearing his gear after I've now on day 3 of wearing Arsenal gear to try and get Owen to pick Arsenal. One quick note.
What are you guys doing? Hold on.
What are we doing on Sunday? I don't know, but Owen's father, the Bulldog, has texted me asking if I want to watch the game with him and Owen. And does he expect you to root for Manchester United, or I don't know what he expects here?
He mentioned just that last night. We were talking about this. He was like, "Why don't you just do United?" I was like, "Because I don't want to do the same team as you, loser. Like, what are you? Come on, what are we doing?" So I got to pick something else other than Manchester United. And on that note, they are my first team eliminated today.
Oh, we're getting them out.
They are
not going to be a United fan.
They are out of the running.
Later, United.
They've been crossed off.
What an embarrassment.
Tottenham. I watched Tottenham yesterday.
Oh,
tough.
Tottenham had a 2-0 lead in the Super UEFA
they were
Cup.
playing PSG. It's like the greatest club in the world right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Tough draw.
It was tough. But they blew it.
Yep.
Just blew it.
So, it was bad.
I'm not going to eliminate them yet, I don't think. I'm getting a lot of good input on Tottenham, so I think they're going to stay in it. One of your two teams is going today. You two.
Ooh, okay.
It's going to be Liverpool or Arsenal.
Wow.
And
is it going to be the one that Listen, you get champions on this.
I wish I could just jump on with you, Joe.
Look at
that all looks wonderful. I can't just go with the team that won it last year.
That's right.
I
eliminated.
I have to get rid of Liverpool.
That's fine.
Liverpool's out. It's over. So my final 4. Oh, sorry, Josh. I even once again forgot about Everton. They're out.
Hey. I thought you were bringing them up to say, hey, they're going to make it.
What's their name again?
Everton.
Yeah, I forgot.
Often happens. Like, oh, yeah, Everton.
We'll be fine without you. It's all right. It's all right. We'll make it.
We'll make it. You'd make it. So my final 4 now. We're down to the final 4. We've got Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, and Manchester City.
Oh, I don't like this final 4.
That's my final 4.
I don't like this final 4.
That's where we're at.
I feel like I only like one of the 4.
Which one do you like?
Tell them which one it is.
I don't know if that helps or hurts me, though. By telling him who I want him to pick?
I don't know who you would say.
Yeah.
Arsenal is the Bills right now.
No, they're not.
Arsenal's the Bills.
They're not the Bills.
Yes, they are. 7 years of being the second best team over 7 years, like 5 years.
No, they're the Ravens. They might be the Ravens. They're not the Bills.
Though. Like, do I need more of that in my life?
The Bills are too beloved to be Arsenal. There you go.
All right.
Arsenal can be the Ravens, though. You've won before.
Okay.
You've been second or third best for a while.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. He's got his final 4.
Saka, Lamar, most exciting, top level excitement. I'd give Saka that.
I like that. All right, Sal on the other side. The Bills are about to go to Chicago for a joint practice with the Bears. We get the latest on the injuries and all the other good stuff on the James Cook signing. He got his contract. Hopefully he doesn't play against the Bears. Now he's too important. Don't play him. Don't play him. I don't have to knock on wood. Just don't play him. So we'll get Sal's preview of practice with the Bears and preseason game number 2, which comes your way Sunday, 8 p.m. Sal next here on WGR. Here for FanDuel Sportsbook.
I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I had forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away. right? Like you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is I think by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is sometimes you do gotta pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. James Cook signs 4 years, $48 million with the Bills yesterday, and he, of course, is practicing. Also joining him is Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop. They were full participants for the first time in over a week. Yesterday, we'll talk more about it with Sal Kapacio. Also, Alec Anderson returned to practice in a limited capacity. He had his knee scoped a couple weeks ago. Bad news is that Dion Dawkins was not at practice. Sean McDermott told Chopin Bulldog that Dawkins had a back flare-up. Also not practicing, Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers, among others. Bills fly out today, go to Chicago. They'll have a joint practice tomorrow, and then Sunday night for the second preseason game. The Bears coach Ben Johnson says that their team starters will play against the Bills after not playing in their first preseason game. Around the NFL, Jerry Jones sounded yesterday like he has no intention of talking contract with Micah Parsons. He says he expects Parsons to play in the final year of his deal, doesn't see a deadline to sign him, and there was a report that the two sides haven't had meaningful contract talks in months. Odell Beckham not retiring, despite rumors a couple days ago. Tom Pelissero reports Beckham has had contact with several teams. He plans to play somewhere in 2025. Baseball last night in the AL East, Blue Jays, Yankees, Red Sox all lost by the exact score of 4-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning. Sal Kapacio joins us, Jeremy and Joe, here on WGR on this Thursday morning. The Bills will head off to Chicago today to plan for their practice with the Bears tomorrow and then a game on Sunday. Of course, we have the James Cook news. We got Sal on yesterday for 2 minutes just to say, like, hey, it happened. So, Sal, we got your instant reaction. Now we've got the, 24 hours later, everyone's had a chance to kind of digest it. So we'll get into that and practice happenings. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. Yeah. Now we got a chance to kind of just digest everything, as you said, and, saw James Cook out at practice, heard from Brandon Beane yesterday right away, heard from James Cook, and, now things start to fall in and analyzing the contract. We get the numbers. I know Spot Track tweeted out some of the numbers yesterday as well. So there's a lot to digest here, but at the end of the day, I think, just over 24 hours later here when this happened is the waters have kind of calmed, right? Yeah, it's the story. But the Bills are going forward. They have their team. There's no drama. And it's time to play football. I think really kind of that's the message here from everybody involved.
Sal, at your piece at WGR550.com, one thing you tweeted out a picture of this. Cook practicing, the Hard Knocks crew nearby. Mm-hmm. And it kind of occurred to me, we thought Hard Knocks might chronicle this hold-in, and they still might. Now that we actually have a friendly ending, now we might see a little behind the scenes of Beane's side of the story and Cook's side of the story and whatever. Like, just some more of it might come because now there's a celebration at the end of the road for both these sides.
No doubt, and you're right, and thank you. I thought it was really interesting watching that because I tweeted out some video, and it's at my story. It's also at my X feed, at Sal Sports, and I'm watching him stretch, and the first thing I notice is all the cameras near him while he's stretching. And I've said, and this is true, Hard Knocks is there. They're very noticeable. They're not intrusive. And I don't think they're being intrusive here either. You could say they're kind of off to the sides. But here's James Cook stretching with, 80-something other guys, and there's a boom mic right there. There's a camera on his right. There's a camera on his left. And I thought that same thing, Jeremy, which is, what are we going to get next Tuesday? It's the first practice back. I guess I wouldn't say he's mic'd up. Maybe he is, but he's got the boom mic there, so probably not. But there's going to be probably sound and video of James Cook back on the practice field with his teammates. Are they giving him ribbing about, money and, hey, you're buying dinner and things like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I just think that that's going to probably be part of the storyline because, as you point out, it's a happy ending and everybody's going to be kind of, jovial about it.
So how do you feel like the contract structure ends up looking to you? Like what the cap hits are? We knew it would be a little bit lower this year. It's not like a 5-year deal, but he's signed now for 5 more seasons. Mm-hmm. But I was playing around with that earlier. Like really, it's 3 years for sure, and then they can kind of get out of it without changing it. However they would do that. $3 million in 28 and $4 million in 29. If in 3 years something happened that they wanted to move on, it's He's signed for 5 years, but really, anytime after the next 3, it feels like they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I always felt that would probably kind of happen like that because that's just the nature of, it's not this contract and this player specifically, it's just the nature of NFL contracts. You look at anybody who signs extensions for 4 or 5 years, you're generally looking at, a couple years down the road, there's some way the team can kind of move on and not have to take on a huge dead cap hit. That's probably going to be the case here. It is important to note, and I'm glad you said it, Joe. Like he is under contract for 5 years, not just 4 years. You can move money around, and the Bills were able to do that and give themselves some cap relief this year, by the way. And then his cap, excuse me, according to Spot Track at least, his cap hit next year is only 5.8. That's really kind of what it was this year. So you're really kind of keeping that in line, even going next year for his cap hit, and then it really balloons to $13 million, $13.5. And that's when you have to start making decisions on where you are with the timeline of this with James Cook. So, yeah, there's going to be some things down the road where the Bills are going to have to think about it and revisit. And look, if the best scenario is James Cook continues to be what he's been for this football team, and you're like, okay, we're really good where he's sitting because he's not making extraordinary money at the time they sign him. He's getting what is he the highest paid? He's the what right now? Average per year. How many running backs in eighth highest paid running back per year is it right now?
I think that's right.
At the average.
Yeah,
I think that's right. But you guys know what I mean. By the time you get to a couple years down the road, he might be 15th, and maybe you can live with that a little bit more. So look, I think James Cook's side did a good job here. They did. For all of the things that we say about the agent and James Cook and how awkward this was, and how, to me, I don't think they handled it, really quite well. Overall, I think at the end of the day, they did a good job for James Cook. He got paid. And it wasn't the $15 million that was floated out there. But it's a nice paycheck. And, he deserved to get a nice raise. But I think the Bills also did a nice job here to think about down the road how they're not completely crippling themselves while keeping the band together here, which was already together, not upsetting that. And next year, again, not really having to worry about this because it's not some balloon payment next year. And then let's revisit it after 2026, 27, and going into 28.
Brandon Beane talking yesterday, Sal, most interesting things that he had to say. Was one of them, I was a little curious in him saying that, like he had been holding in, and did he not say that to get back to the table, like, we're going to need you to practice?
Yes, he indicated that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked him yesterday. The question was essentially, and I can't remember exactly how I asked it, but that's what I wanted to know, Joe. Sean said some things had changed, right? Remember that. And I don't take that as Sean meaning the contract, but maybe it was more because he's the head coach. He doesn't deal with that part of it. And then we saw James on the field, and then the contract came down 24 hours later. So what I was curious about was, okay, did you know that was happening? That was kind of my question. Like, did you know when he stepped on the field, like, okay, like, we're going to get this done, so get on the field and, let's just kind of get it over the finish line? And his answer kind of indicated, well, it was basically, we need you on the practice field if we're going to get this done. Like, you need to practice, and then we're going to do it. He said it was good faith. That's the words he used, good faith. So to me, I interpret that as saying, hey, we're pretty close here. I promise I'll work my butt off tonight to get this done for you, but you got to also get on the practice field with your teammates because it's go time for football. That's how I interpreted that answer.
Sal Kapacio with us on the West Her hotline. So, Sal, like, at the position now, we're not talking about it at the draft. I mean, Ray Davis's contract, Ty Johnson's. Right. I mean, this is their running back room, right, for 3 years, 2 years at least.
And what's Ty Johnson? I think Ty has just this year, right? I think Ty might have signed a 1-year deal again. Let me just kind of look to make sure.
I thought his was 2, but I don't have it in front of me.
I'm going to look at it right now, guys, to be honest with you. He is, 2 years. So you're right, Joe. So he's got, at least for another 2 years. Ray Davis going into his second year. And then, obviously he's got a rookie deal, gives him 4 years. That's the other thing about this, which is the Bills feel very, very comfortable with their running back room. They feel very comfortable with their skill sets, how they offset each other, and going forward here for the foreseeable future. So, we're not going to be sitting here having a discussion about drafting a running back early, short of, unfortunately, if something were to happen to one of these guys and they get injured or something like that, obviously. That's not going to happen. But I think the Bills feel very comfortable about where they are with their running back room. And I do not get – I've had this question asked me a few times, and maybe you guys have talked about it. Like, does this contract change James Cook's usage? My answer is no. Like, the Bills, I think that would be, like, foolish to say, oh, we're paying you more now, so you got to be on the field more. Like, if he can the reason why James Cook could be on the field more is because James Cook could be better at pass blocking, right? I mean, that would be the reason, not because you paid him more. That's not how you operate. The reason he's getting the money he's getting is because he's good at his role. He's really good at how he's doing what he's doing right now. Now, if he gets better at a few things, sure, you could see some increased usage, but the cause and effect there is not going to be simply because you're paying him more money. You need to see him on the field. That would be hurting the offense. Why would you actively hurt your own team if you don't feel comfortable with him but you say, oh, you need to do it now because you're being paid more money? That wouldn't make sense to me.
Sal Kapacio on the James Cook contract extension. They did practice yesterday, Sal, and the injury report, I don't know, by like preseason standards or whatever, build-up standards, it's about the same as it's been. A good number of names on this. The difference, I think, now is they're really shorthanded at receiver going into this joint practice end of this preseason game.
Obviously, Khalil Shakir is still out. Curtis Samuel had been working off to the side with trainers. He did once again yesterday, but he has not practiced. Elijah Moore was out yesterday. Tyrell Shavers was out yesterday. That's 4 wide receivers down, guys. And I'll also add, Joshua Palmer yesterday had a big wrap, like from top of his thigh all the way down to his ankle, and then he had a sleeve over the wrap. Like I say big wrap, but you could tell it was kind of wrapped and it was pretty thick. But I'm going to give that guy a lot of credit because to me, he did not look like he was 100%, and he did not take a rep off. He practiced, and he practiced hard, and he looked good. Like, I was really impressed by Joshua Palmer yesterday. Maybe just his toughness. Like, he was just practicing and catching balls, and it didn't matter. And you could tell when he came off the field, like, he was not 100%. And, people could say, and I had people go, well, why are they practicing him? Well, if he feels, if the trainers feel that he's not going to do any more get more injured, and he feels fine, then you can do that, right? That's a conversation you have. I'm just making the point that, like, he's also a little bit banged up, and he was out there and he was doing his work. I don't know what that means for Friday. Not sure yet. We'll find out. Does that mean that there's no Elijah Moore or Tyrell Shavers? Does Curtis Samuel come back? We know you're not going to get Khalil Shakir. So maybe you get a bunch of these guys back. Maybe you don't. They are dipping deeper into the wide receiver depth chart. That's for sure. It's giving more guys opportunity, obviously. But right now, they are kind of patching it together and having to put guys out there that maybe a few weeks ago you wouldn't expect here in week number 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, Sal, it's kind of interesting. Like, half the reason, I know you're asked a lot, hey, tell me about the camp that Elijah Moore has had or the camp that Josh Palmer has had. And the answer has been almost that everybody's had a quiet camp except for Shavers, and even he's hurt right now. So, like, it's not even as if these injuries are giving certain guys the opportunity to step up, other than Keon Coleman being consistently out there. Like, he might be benefiting the most in terms of chemistry because he's the guy that's been out there all the time.
Yeah, and I'll add in, I know not wide receiver Jeremy, but like I thought Dalton Kincaid had another nice day. I think Dalton Kincaid has really put together, he's stacking really good days on top of really good days, right? It just kind of really felt like that. More so on Tuesday than Wednesday. Like, it wasn't he didn't pop as much on Wednesday. Not that he did anything wrong, but I really noticed him. I noticed Joshua Palmer more yesterday on Wednesday. But this is, I think, a point you're making, too, about just the pass catchers, right? Getting guys are out there. The two guys, if you could identify 2 guys on this football team going into this year who you said they really need to be on the field with Josh, getting reps and stacking good days, wouldn't we both say Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid? Like, wouldn't that be the answer? And I just think that's happening because of what you said. They're getting opportunity. They're out there, and I like how that's going. You're right. It is tough to kind of get an evaluation. It's tough to have these guys missing time with each other, getting that chemistry. It's not just with Josh. It's with the rest of the route runners, right? It's the guys knowing when you run a route, when you're in a 3-4 wide receiver set and there's a guy next to you and you're running a route, those things matter too. It's not just Josh Allen throwing you the ball and the timing. It's where the guy on my right or my left is breaking off his route compared to what he sees with the DB who's guarding us and all those kinds of things. Those things matter. And it's not just wide receiver, by the way. They're going through this on the offensive line right now as well. I mean, suddenly Ryan Vandemark is a really important player here. They have Dion Dawkins missed practice yesterday. Remember when he left practice Tuesday with trainers, he was not out there yesterday. Sean McDermott said on Chopin the Bulldog yesterday that Dion had a back flare-up, and they're hoping it gets better in the next 24, 48 hours and he can perform in Chicago, which is good news, but we'll see. So Dion's out. We know that Tylon Grable is out because he is in concussion protocol. He was the swing tackle last year who would normally fill in for Dion or Spencer Brown. And Spencer Brown, yes, he's been out there, but we know that he dealt with a back issue earlier. So, you just want to make sure that he's good. Well, suddenly now, Ryan Vandermark is thrust into a guy that's really important on this team. That's happening. So that's not just wide receiver. It's everywhere right now.
Yeah, and the depth being tested all over on offense, right, Sal? Because, I mean, with Cook sitting out a little bit, there's Davis getting first-team reps, here's Vandermark, the receivers. But we are still at a point, right, where everybody feels like they're tracking towards being ready for week one, at least on that side of the ball.
Yeah, Joe, I think that's right. Maybe not Max Harrison, right? I know you're talking about offense, but just to kind of go through all the guys, right? Maybe not Max Harrison. That feels like it's something that's going to go in the regular season. Like, as I sit here right now, I have a suspicion, I don't know, that the Bills could put Max Harrison on the IR on that final cutdown day as one of those two guys they're allowed to come back. You know what I mean? So that would give him another 4 weeks where he doesn't have to be rushed, and they don't have to count a roster spot for him. So that could be something you do. You're right. Khalil Shakir, hopefully, excuse me, the boot is off, which is good. By the way, Max Harrison is off crutches, which is really good. And I think outside of them, maybe the other one is Cedric Van Pran-Granger. My other prediction is I would think at this point that Cedric Van Pran-Granger would just stay on the PUP list, because then you don't have to put him on the 53. He could still come back after 4 weeks, and you can just transition him. As long as he doesn't actually practice between now and that day, they can just put him, just keep him on the PUP list. Then he doesn't count on your team for 4 weeks. So that's how all that works. Other than that, Joe, I think what you're saying is correct, which is it doesn't seem like there's anybody right now that really is going to miss week one unless something new were to happen. And that's obviously really good news. That includes the two safeties who did return to practice yesterday, which obviously is really good news for the team.
Yeah, and Sal, I feel like that's an important point to make, because I'm sure you get people saying, new strength coach, what's happening with all the injuries. But the other side of that would be, sure, they're picking up their dings and their muscle, soft tissue stuff, but they're being cautious with these players.
Yes.
Like there's really no reason for these 9 players to be in there. Whereas if it's the playoffs, the divisional round, they might all be available. Maybe not all, but you know what I'm saying here is like they're making sure to just be safe here.
100% right. No doubt about it, right? Like, I mean, take Dion Dawkins, for example, right? I mean, remember Tuesday we had the story of Dion leaves practice, and then Elena Getzenberg and Matt Bove see him in the field house. Hey, you going to be okay? And he just kind of looked at him, he smiled, and he smirked, and he danced away. He doesn't practice the next day. Sean McDermott says he has a back flare-up. Let's just say if this is a really important game in December, is he practicing yesterday? I don't know the answer to that question, but it might be a little bit different than, hey, you know what? We're in week 2 of the preseason. You're our starting left tackle. You're a franchise left tackle. Make sure you're right. Like, let's just kind of get through the next couple of days here. Yes, I think you do have to approach these things a little bit different. It's no different than when people say managing Joey Bosa's reps, right, as the season goes on. It's the same thing. We're going to see that. There's going to be rest days for guys, and there's going to be times in games where, okay, you know what? Maybe you got a little lead here, late third quarter, early fourth quarter. You got a little lead, take a little bit off somebody's plate. A guy like Bosa, I'm saying here, right? Something like that. Those are things that happen throughout. So, yes, Jeremy, you're right. They're being cautious with everybody. But I'll go back to what Sean McDermott said when he spoke to us a couple days ago. It's time to start playing. It's time to get guys in the field. Yes, you have guys that are banged up and they're being cautious, but you need to see these guys at some point soon.
Joint practice with the Bears. They'll head off to Chicago. Sal, I wonder how it works, or if you know this or have talked to anybody about this. The teams kind of get together. Do GMs arrange that? Do coaches get in on that? Because in Chicago, you'd have a new coach. And these relationships with joint practices, I know a lot of teams find them useful. How do these teams come to terms on what we're going to do, what's going to happen? Basically, how do they build a joint practice?
It's mainly the coaches. They get out of it what they want to get out of it, right? So in this case, I would say, and I'm not speaking for them and know exactly the communication, because people have people who communicate for them sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But let's just say whether that's someone for Sean McDermott or someone for Ben Johnson or them two directly, they're going to come up with hey, here's what we'd like to accomplish. Here's what you'd like to accomplish. And then you say, how do we put this together? How long of a one-on-one period do we want to do with wide receivers and DBs? How much of a red zone period do we want to do? How much of a third down period do we want to do? All these can be totally different from practice to practice, from team to team. what Sean McDermott and his team needs to accomplish and see might be a little different than what Ben Johnson and his team needs to accomplish and see. And you mesh that together and you talk, and it's going to look like a normal practice for if you went out to St. John Fisher. So I know fans aren't going to be there. I'll be there. Media will be there. But it's not going to look any different other than you're going to get more live stuff, right? More guys going against each other a little bit more on these types of periods. That's what you want to see. So, yeah, that's how that comes together. I think the overall picture is the organization decides, and that's everybody, GM, presidents, everybody gets together like, where would this fit? Who's the best team to do this with? Let's trust the other coaches. McDermott and Beane have spoken many times about these going back to 2019 when they went to Carolina. Remember that year, right? 2019, they go to Carolina. And Sean and Brandon made it very well known. Look, this doesn't work unless it's with somebody you trust. And in that case, it's Ron Rivera. Yeah. This doesn't work unless it's with an organization that is going to treat this right, and we're going out there to get things accomplished. We're not going out there to have fights every 5 minutes, right? Those kinds of things can happen, and Sean has spoken on that. Like, that's not productive for anybody. And then who did they do it with last year? Sean McDermott's former teammate, Mike Tomlin, right? I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, the Steelers are known as a pretty buttoned-up organization. They're going to try to make sure that they do everything right and get their work accomplished. I like your point, though, Jeremy, about this is a team at the Bears. Yes, Ryan Poles is from Canandaigua, right? He's the GM. But I don't know if there's like this personal relationship like there had been with these other two teams they've done. So this will be a little different from that regard.
Yeah, you kind of got to basically the genesis of my question is like, how did they just come to a relationship with the Bears on this to do it might just be as simple as the preseason game is not scheduled for that. So you see the game and say, all right, it's a Sunday. Let's give them a call and see if they want to join practice.
You know what's funny, though, too, is you're right about that, right? So I think the week 2 is the time that the Bills believe in doing this. They did this last year in week 2. The Bears did one last week with the Dolphins.
Yeah, right. They're doing 2 of them, yeah.
And now they're doing another one, right?
And the Dolphins are doing 2
in a row.
They did the Lions.
So I think it's just every team is a little bit different. It's like there's no rhyme or reason. I'm thinking, okay, if I'm Ben Johnson, let me put myself in Ben Johnson's shoes. If you're a head coach, you are a new head coach of the Chicago Bears. You have Caleb Williams. You're installing a new offense. I think it's interesting that they're doing 2 straight instead of taking more time to kind of do their own thing and install. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're going head in. Like, let's go. We're going joint practice week 1, joint practice week 2. I find that super interesting. Whereas, like, to me, that would feel like a situation where you might not want to do that right away because you need to get all the stuff you need for your baseline stuff. But Ben Johnson's going, let's go drink out of the fire hose right away. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Quickly to wrap, Sal, it's the Bears tomorrow. And I brought up Tremaine Edmonds earlier because he's kind of unique. There's Gabe Davis too, but there's so few examples of guys being talking about draft, develop, re-sign, another one yesterday with Cook. And there's so few guys that doesn't happen with. Edmonds is one of the few where he's a first-round pick, and he ends up leaving. Do you remember, or what your perception is of kind of how that went down? Like, was it all about the money? Did you feel like the Bills weren't as motivated to bring him back? Because, again, looking back, his name's, top of the list, and it's not a very long list of guys that left.
So Edmonds specifically, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just simply I do specifically remember that year at the Combine. Like, coming out of the Combine, it was, Tremaine Edmonds is going to get paid. Like, someone's going to pay him a lot of money. And the Bills had just drafted Terrell Bernard the year before that. And it's like, okay, it's not going to be the Bills. Like, it just felt like I don't think there's any way the Bills are going to pay Tremaine Edmonds considering what he's going to command, whatever that was going to be, and it wound up being the highest paid linebacker that year in free agency. But that was kind of something that percolated right away. You're like, okay. So I do think it kind of became about the money in that situation. Do I think the Bills, could they have re-signed or wanted to sign Tremaine Edmonds if he said, hey, I really want to come back and I'll go home for a really low price? Sure. I mean, it's a question I wonder about James Cook, actually. It's funny. I don't know. I was thinking about this yesterday. Let's just go back a few months, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, the Bills, we know they're motivated to bring James Cook back. They want to re-sign James Cook. That has been said, and I've said that many times. It was never about not wanting James Cook back. But let's just say James Cook went to the Bills in February or March and said, you know what, guys? Love being here, love this team, but I really don't need to re-sign anything. I want to have the best year ever, and then I want to be a free agent and go to the highest bidder. Let's just say that happened. How motivated would the Bills be to go, no. We need to have you back. We're going to do this, right? I just think it's super interesting on how each side can look at things.
Yeah. That's fair.
And it's the timing of it, right? Like, you're getting ahead of it by 1 year. Like, part of the Edmonds thing is, this timeline we're talking about is when he's up for a deal. I don't remember anything about the year before and whether they were going to pay him then. But
Edmonds? You're talking about Edmonds?
Yeah.
Remember, there was a 5th-year option in there, right? They picked up the 5th-year option after year 3, so they had him for 2 more years. He plays out year 4, and then he goes into that final year on his 5th-year option, and then he winds up leaving after that. So, look, he's one of the only guys. Like you said, Gabe Davis is another one. He wasn't a first-round pick, but for the most part, like the Bills, they have, I think, as much as any team in this league. I don't know. You'd have to show me another team that's done it as much as the Bills. They have adhered to their philosophy of draft, develop, and re-sign. That's what they've done.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, we'll chat from Chicago next as the Bills head off to the Windy City to take on the Bears.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Kapacio. So joint practice tomorrow. Did you see any? I know, Joe. I know it's preseason. I know it's camp highlights. Do we put joint practice highlights at least a little above regular camp highlights? You are competing against another team, and they're trying to win the reps.
Yep.
Did you happen to see how the Dolphins secondary fared against one Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No, but I can imagine. I saw an overall take that the Dolphins got dominated by the Lions like all day.
There was a cut-up reel of St. Brown in one practice against the Dolphins, and he is great.
He's awesome.
And he was prime Jerry Rice for 2 hours. You had some of the, he was dusting guys. It was pretty impressive. And Jared Goff was just like threading needles. It's practice, I know, but those two have put together a couple of good seasons. It's just, put it this way, if the Bills had this practice and it's any corner, you'd never see Benford get cooked like this, but if the other Bills corners had the day that the Dolphins had, we would be coming in the next one like, this could be a problem. So, not a great joint practice for Miami.
Tua was talking frustrated. Like every single vibe in Miami, I feel like
is collapse.
This is going to be bad.
Yeah, it might not be right, but I saw that too. Like, hey, Nate made a point on this. He likes to pick on the Dolphins. Just like, hey, it's only year 4. It's okay. You guys are having rough days out there. Like everybody's back, and it's year 4 in your offense. Yeah, okay,
right.
Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring on the James Cook signing, on who should play in the preseason here. The next look you'll get at the team is going to be Sunday night against the Bears and Ben Johnson's new look Bears. We'll take your calls and keep rolling through this Thursday morning here on WGR.
Season.
Yeah, Sal, it's kind of interesting. Like, half the reason, I know you're asked a lot, hey, tell me about the camp that Elijah Moore has had or the camp that Josh Palmer has had. And the answer has been almost that everybody's had a quiet camp except for Shavers, and even he's hurt right now. So, it's not even as if these injuries are giving certain guys the opportunity to step up, other than Keon Coleman being consistently out there. Like, he might be benefiting the most in terms of chemistry because he's the guy that's been out there all the time.
Yeah, and I'll add in, I know not wide receiver Jeremy, but I thought Dalton Kincaid had another nice day. I think Dalton Kincaid has really put together, he's stacking really good days on top of really good days, right? It just kind of really felt like that. More so on Tuesday than Wednesday. Like, it wasn't he didn't pop as much on Wednesday. Not that he did anything wrong, but I really noticed him. I noticed Joshua Palmer more yesterday on Wednesday. But this is, I think, a point you're making, too, about just the pass catchers, right? Getting guys who are out there. The two guys, if you could identify 2 guys on this football team going into this year who you said they really need to be on the field with Josh, getting reps and stacking good days, wouldn't we both say Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid? Wouldn't that be the answer? And I just think that's happening because of what you said. They're getting opportunity. They're out there, and I like how that's going.
Sal, how do you feel like the contract structure ends up looking to you? Like what the cap hits are? We knew it would be a little bit lower this year. It's not like a 5-year deal, but he's signed now for 5 more seasons. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I was playing around with that earlier. Like really, it's 3 years for sure, and then they can kind of get out of it without changing it. However they would do that. I mean, $3 million in 28 and $4 million in 29. If in 3 years something happened that they wanted to move on, like he's signed for 5 years, but really, anytime after the next 3, it feels like they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I always felt that would probably kind of happen like that because that's just the nature of. It's not this contract and this player specifically. It's just the nature of NFL contracts. You look at anybody who signs extensions for 4 or 5 years, you're generally looking at a couple years down the road, there's some way the team can kind of move on and not have to take on a huge dead cap hit. That's probably going to be the case here. It is important to note, and I'm glad you said it, Joe. Like he is under contract for 5 years, not just 4 years. You can move money around, and the Bills were able to do that and give themselves some cap relief this year, by the way. And then his cap, excuse me, according to Spot Track at least, his cap hit next year it's only 5.8. That's really kind of what it was this year. So you're really kind of keeping that in line, even going next year for his cap. And then it really balloons to $13 million, $13.5 million. And that's when you have to start making decisions on where you are with the timeline of this with James Cook. So, yeah, there's going to be some things down the road where the Bills are going to have to think about it and revisit. And look, the best scenario is James Cook continues to be what he's been for this football team. And you're like, okay, we're really good where he's sitting because he's not making extraordinary money at the time they sign him. He's getting what is he the highest paid? He's the what right now? Average per year. How many running backs in eighth highest paid running back per year is it right now?
I think that's right.
At the average.
Yeah,
I think that's right. But you guys know what I mean. By the time you get to a couple years down the road, he might be 15th, and maybe you could live with that a little bit more. So, look, I think James Cook's side did a good job here.
James Cook and the Bills agreed to their extension yesterday. 4 years, $48 million. $12 million per year, $30 million guaranteed. You can get all the details at WGR550.com. At practice, Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop were back, fully participating for the first time in over a week. Alec Anderson also back at practice. Dion Dawkins was not. He was absent with a back injury. Sean McDermott said that on Mashopin Bulldog yesterday. Find that on demand at WGR550.com, the Odyssey app, and on YouTube. The Bills fly out today to go to Chicago. Joint practice tomorrow and then Sunday for the next preseason game. Ben Johnson says that Caleb Williams and the Bears starters will play in this game after not playing in their first game. Odell Beckham is talking to several teams, according to Tom Pelissero, and he has plans to play somewhere in 2025. He is not retiring. Toronto, New York, Boston, all losing yesterday 4-1 in the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, for those of you that know, this is the Let's Get Stupid music. I've got a Let's Get Stupid, Joe.
Exciting. What do we got?
Are you ready?
Yes.
So, here it is. Actually, I have two. One of them is call the Cowboys because Micah Parsons was just named the 36th best player in the NFL Top 100.
Buy low?
Call Jerry Jones. I'm like, hey, he's only 36, man.
You're trading the 36th best player in the league. It's nothing.
Get him out of there. No, that's not it. But I've got to...
Let's get stupid that the NFL Top 100 list is still going.
What did I tell you, right? 2 a day.
I forgot about it.
What a horrible mistake. They used to own the list season, and they just gave it up. Anyway, I searched the definition of a certain phrase.
Okay.
The phrase in negotiation being anchoring. So negotiation anchoring. I'm reading from a definition here that I found online, and you'll know what I'm getting at pretty soon. Negotiation anchoring refers to the psychological phenomenon where the first number mentioned in a negotiation heavily influences subsequent discussions and the final agreement. It's a cognitive bias where people give undue weight to the initial figure, even if it's unreasonable or arbitrary, and adjust their offers or expectations around it. Mm-hmm. So, here's where Let's Get Stupid comes in. What am I getting at? I'm getting at James Cook tweeting $15 million.
Is your Let's Get Stupid going to be that James Cook made a mistake by tweeting out $15 million and not $20 million?
No. My Let's Get Stupid is that the best thing that ever happened to the Bills was James Cook tweeting out $15 million because it makes it look like they did great.
Well, it's kind of
even if he didn't want $15 million. That's just one take. The Let's Get Stupid is this. If you're pretty close all along, let's say the Bills and Osiris Torrance are close. Mm-hmm. Hey, we got an extension, and we're looking at like $18 million, man. Would you do us a favor? Would you tweet out $25 million? Just go ahead and tweet that out. And then we'll sign the deal that we both like, and just do us a favor. It'll look better if people think you want this crazy arbitrary number that is not realistic. Just saying, let's get stupid by throwing the big number when the lesser number comes in. That also happens. That also happens, by the way, on every single contract now in the NFL, where it's 5 years, $50 million. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that's a good deal. 24 hours later, actually, guys, it's more like 4 years, $30 million. Oh, that's great. The deal never, ever goes up. Every NFL conversation about contracts, it's signed, and then the real money comes down a bit, and the cognitive effect is to think every deal is better than reported. So let's get stupid. Just tell your players to tweet out big numbers and sign them for the regular number, and everybody will think you're smart.
Well, let me go into it. Let me go a little bit deeper even. All right, I'm Osiris Torrance, and you say, hey, do you want to tweet out $25 million to make us look how much you're willing to give me for it?
Yeah. I'll give you an extra $500,000 just to claim you want 25.
I'm thinking like $2 million though. You're going to throw an extra $2 million on my deal, and then I will tweet out the $25 million.
All right, let's get
now we have a separate negotiation about how much it's worth for you to get the credit that you won the negotiation.
Perfect. You're on my level. Diana Rossini has just tweeted that the Bills and Osiris Torrance can't come to an agreement on the amount he should tweet for his big ask, and they're negotiating the negotiation anchoring number he's going to throw. That $15 million went around the world 350 times.
It did.
Should never have been treated as a real thing. But it kind of, again, like if you're Cook and you just wanted what he got, pretty close to what he got, what you do is you put the big number first.
Really, I think you could argue he made a mistake.
Oh, I think he should. Not at all.
I think he should have tweeted 20. You're saying it made the Bills look great. Like, You're saying that it was beneficial to the Bills for him to do that, which I think...
But only in review. If he tweets 20, they look even better.
Well...
They look even better.
If he tweets 20, maybe they think 15 isn't that bad. Maybe they think, hey... This is what I wonder. Would they have been willing to give him $15 million if he hadn't tweeted out $15 million? Because he tweets out $15 million, and if they see that and go... Well, wait a minute. If we give him what we were ready to give him, it makes it look like Well, we just caved. We just gave him exactly what he wanted.
You could make any case that the first anchor isn't far enough out there.
That's what I mean.
Let's apply it to something we can find relatable that's not tens of millions of dollars. You want a player on my fantasy football team. You come at me with an offer of a second-round pick, and I write back, that's laughable, and then I counter. You have accomplished what you wanted, right? You just wanted to get started on what the deal is, and now we go from there. And whether it's making a big offer, I'll give you 4 firsts and this. Or I'll ask you, right? You want to trade for Josh Allen in a league, and I say, it'll be 3 firsts. You immediately come back with, what about 2 firsts and this player? And we're off and running. And even though I didn't expect to get the 3 firsts, I have established in our negotiation that it's going to take a lot. That's why every one of these trade rumors, the Steelers would command a first and a third. Sure you would. And then what do they always go for? A second?
Right, but that's what I mean. If they started a second, they're probably not getting a second.
Right.
That's why
negotiation, anchoring, Cook.
Like maybe
I guess if you want to say he should go bigger, you could try to. You could make that case.
Because I don't know that 15 was that absurd. Like I don't think he was worth that. I mean they ended up $3 million lower. I think it's more appropriate. But I don't think 15 was nuts.
I think 15 was nuts.
20 is nuts. 20, by the way, is still not even you're the highest paid running back in football.
I think 15 was always nuts. Always. I think 15 was. I play 50% of the snaps. And I want to be paid the third highest paid back in the league. And I think he and his agent probably knew it was nuts. But what they did was they put that anchor out there. And, again, it's not just the cognitive effect or the cognitive bias on the people that are evaluating the deal, but on the Bills, too. If the Bills wanted to pay 8 and Cook wanted 10, he should ask for 15. It's not always split in the middle. Mm-hmm. It's whatever you can do to bring them up further. And if they feel great, they're so happy about that they gave him a little more than they actually were planning for. Every dollar squeezed out when you're negotiating like that is a win. You could do this for contracts like this. You could do this on these tariffs. 50%. Oh, actually, it's negotiated down to 20. Oh, what a win. All right, we did great. Mm-hmm. It's still an increase. So, the negotiation side of it did serve the Bills well, and it might have served Cook well to put it that high because now 10.5, 11.5, whatever the real number is, everyone's thinking like, oh, wow, look at this. They did great. They didn't pay him 15. Well, yeah, that was just a tool the entire time. So let's get stupid. Have your players tweet out a crazy number. Osiris Torrance, 30 mil.
Just 30.
Tweet out 30 mil. Osiris Torrance, just tweet out hashtag reset the guard market.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Not even that, just highest paid guard. Highest paid guard in the NFL.
I'm telling you.
We do it with quarterbacks. We don't do it with the other positions, though, I guess. Like, quarterback, it's not. This would be like, I guess James Cook maybe would look ridiculous by saying this. If he had gone on some podcast and said, I want to make running back like quarterback. I'm not saying I'm the best running back in football, but how come at that position you don't have to be the best? It's just, it's your turn, you're getting paid. But in my position, I'm not asking for 50. I just want it. It's my turn. I'm not saying I'm better than McCaffrey, but McCaffrey got paid 5 years ago. Now it's my turn. Let's make it like quarterback.
That answer is because quarterback is so irreplaceable.
And it rises all the time. And running back doesn't rise.
Even if you've got Derek Carr, even if you've got whatever, C.J. Stroud is up for his deal. Your alternative is a massive drop-off as opposed to just like, you'd never say, I'd just throw the other guy in there.
Well, I wonder, though, if there will be another position like that. I don't think there is one, right? Quarterback is the only one where it has nothing to do with whether you're the best. It's just, is it your turn? Yep. And there's not another position like that, right? Like receiver's not like that.
No, it gets close. You have to be one of the best to get to the top. A quarterback, that we can know you're not the best, but you're due.
Right.
Kyler Murray's big contract and all that, yeah.
Yeah, defensive end's not like Daniil Hunter isn't number one in the league in salary just because it was his turn.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. To join us, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Yeah, Sal, it's kind of interesting. Like, half the reason, I know you're asked a lot, hey, tell me about the camp that Elijah Moore has had or the camp that Josh Palmer has had. And the answer has been almost that everybody's had a quiet camp except for Shavers, and even he's hurt right now. So, like, it's not even as if these injuries are giving certain guys the opportunity to step up, other than Keon Coleman being consistently out there. Like he might be benefiting the most in terms of chemistry because he's the guy that's been out there all the time.
Yeah, and I'll add in, I know not wide receiver Jeremy, but like I thought Dalton Kincaid had another nice day. I think Dalton Kincaid has really put together. He's stacking really good days on top of really good days, right? It just kind of really felt like that. More so on Tuesday than Wednesday. Like he didn't pop as much on Wednesday. Not that he did anything wrong, but I really noticed him. I noticed Joshua Palmer more yesterday on Wednesday. But this is, I think, a point you're making too about just the pass catchers, right? Getting guys are out there. The two guys, if you could identify two guys on this football team going into this year who you said they really need to be on the field with Josh, getting reps and stacking good days, wouldn't we both say Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid? Like, wouldn't that be the answer? And I just think that's happening because of what you said. They're getting opportunity. They're out there, and I like how that's going.
The one thing I would say regarding the Cook deal, so I almost want to not even bother to give you the numbers because they get confusing, and it's like, whatever, he's on the team. Do you like the idea of spending this money on him or not? And I feel like that's kind of where you should land. Do you like the idea of spending money on him or not? And the biggest debate I got into yesterday about any of this was whether or not the Bills got a bargain. I do not believe the Bills got a bargain. People came after me a little because I thought the general belief will be that Cook won. And when I say that, you could interpret it a couple different ways. If you thought $15 million was really the goal, which I never thought it was really the goal, but if you thought $15 million was the goal, well, then you probably think the Bills come out looking great because the latest from Barnwell is that it's actually kind of close to $10 million a year. Okay, look at you, Brandon Beane. It's a master class.
Yeah.
But if you didn't want a running back sign and you didn't want a running back to get money, then you do not think that 10 is even really a good idea. I know, like, you and I talked about this, and I've lived there in the past. Don't sign any running backs. Will the Bills ever sign a running back? They didn't give him Saquon money, which I never thought they would, but they gave him a healthy contract, and he is now a well-paid running back in the NFL, which I don't have a problem with. But but at the same time, I don't think it's a bargain, and I don't think it's really ever likely to be a bargain. I feel like sometimes, Joe, people are very eager to call deals bargains, especially in hockey. It happens a lot in hockey.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a bargain. I think he's now a guy that gets paid, and that's fine. Like Shakir. I don't think Shakir is this massive bargain. I think Shakir's a guy that gets paid well, fine, good. Not an overpay, just like a guy that's getting paid well. And wouldn't we all acknowledge that a good chunk of contracts in the NFL are just like, yeah, this guy gets paid now versus, rookie deal?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I did the exercise last week about how far off Benford is from the top corner in the league, how far off Rousseau is from the top edge rusher, Shakir from the top receiver. And don't they all end up falling and ranking about where they're considered in the league?
I'm back too, yeah.
You're back
broadcasting from home today, which means, you pop upstairs, whatever, say hi, listen to the chaos.
Run back down.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Are we eating breakfast this early?
Yeah. One thing about, I broadcast from home rarely. I did quite a bit, like 2020, 2021.
Sure.
The kids were just born. Now we're at the age where when I am home for a morning show or really for anything, especially the mornings, though, because I'm not around breakfast a lot. What I would describe it as, Joe, as an hour and a half of screaming.
Breakfast time or just the mornings?
Just the mornings. Like they're the twin 4-year-olds and the 1-year-old is just a lot. There's a lot of yelling from them. From them, yeah.
You don't hear it.
No,
that must mean it's a good mic.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Will you hear it? Will you hear like the scream like while you're on the air? Like I wonder what that's over.
Yes.
What's going on up there?
Yeah, it's the mornings can be dramatic for them. Big feelings. That's what we say, right? That's what you're supposed to say now. Oh, a lot of big feelings up there today. A lot of big feelings.
Yeah.
Kind of like a post-game show. A lot of big feelings. The Bills lost to the Ravens, and we're having big feelings.
Yeah.
If they lose to the Ravens. Opener is...
You don't need to put that into the universe. They're going to win.
What is very possible.
It's possible.
And if they do, that's fine. The season opener is 3 weeks from today. That's it?
The NFL opener.
Yeah, the NFL. Obviously. The Eagles-Cowboys, 3 weeks from today.
3 weeks from today. Will Micah Parsons play? What would you bet right now on that?
Why are we talking about the 36th best player in football? Who cares?
He's probably better than that, isn't he?
He's definitely way better than that. Yes.
He's a lot better than that.
But the NFL players, that's the thing. He got underrated by the NFL players.
I want somebody to make me believe in these holdouts again. Like, all these signings, everyone just stays. Everyone just signs. All of it's fake. The trade requests and the holdouts, and everything is just never actually the guy's going to get out of there. It's just an exercise, and I'm just going to use this to get a couple million more. Somebody get traded. Somebody make it, like, really, really, really ugly. And I feel like Hendrickson is going to be my champion on that, right? More than anybody.
But the roadmap for that to happen is going to be tough. Burrow, I almost want to say for Hendrickson to get traded, Burrow has to get hurt. Aren't they going to feel like they're alive no matter what, no matter how bad their defense is?
Well, what if he's not playing?
But as I'm saying, you just don't give him to somebody else. You hope that he decides in week 10 to come back so the contract holds, so he gets his year in. Because otherwise, if he sits out the full year, it doesn't count. And if you're trying to find a scenario where Cincinnati moves Hendrickson, I think it's a seller's move, and I think that only happens if Burrow is hurt.
What if he really goes nuts and he goes into the offices and he starts throwing things?
I feel like then they
What if he does that? They just fine him?
Fine him and suspend him?
What if he goes into the owner's office and just flips the desk over?
You're going for George Costanza scenarios
that's
here?
What come on. Somebody work a little harder at this. Dude, Costanza. Go grab, I guess the Bengals don't have a Super Bowl. Micah Parsons, go into the Cowboys facilities, get the Lombardi trophy, tie it to the end of your car, and drive around the parking lot. See if they trade you then. Yes, I need somebody to go full Costanza. Somebody, please.
You want to believe in workplace disputes again.
Would Bills fans not want Micah Parsons if he did that? Like, oh, look at this guy, so disrespectful. Don't need that in our locker room.
This is kind of like when it's the draft.
And then I would want to fight them all.
You're hoping somebody gets like
the Laramie Tunsil?
Yes, the Laramie Tunsil gas mask.
A little bit.
Gas mask. Drop 10 spots.
Right.
All right. Final hour of the show, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. You can give us a ring on the Cook contract extension if you'd like. It's getaway day for Joe. He is wearing a scarf. People are asking questions. He is wearing a scarf today. So, hey, do your thing.
I like that. It's comfortable. Should wear a scarf all the time.
You and James Cook.
I might just wear this the rest of the year, or at least until Liverpool aren't champions anymore.
James Cook wore a winter hat at the stadium the other day. It was 98 million degrees.
Yeah, that's nuts.
You and James Cook wearing winter gear in the summer. All right, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Again, my problem, my nitpicky problem with this offseason is I wonder if they will have the room or even the desire to go get a $40 million a year player if they if that player is made available because they've signed so many of these types of deals, and Cook is just another one that will make it a little bit harder. So on its own, no, it does not preclude you from trading for Micah Parsons in a year if the Cowboys decide, all right, this is over, we got to trade him. But by signing Palmer and by signing Cook and by having Dawson Knox on his number and then McGovern at some point, like all of these mid-level contracts, it's what the Bills have decided to do. Like, we think we can win this way. We don't need superstars around Allen. We just need a lot of good players. But I've been wanting to see them get a player of that caliber, and I do think every deal that they sign makes that harder. I do think what's interesting is how long this deal goes. And I hadn't thought about this yesterday. I think I said that this takes him through age 29. It actually takes him to 30 because I'd forgotten that the deal doesn't start right away. Right? Like, you get the final year of the rookie deal, and then you get 4 more years after that for Cook. So you take him through 2029 when he's a 30-year-old running back. You have levers to pull after the third year. Not even the third year of the contract, 3 years from now. Like, if it wasn't going well, or there's an injury, or, hey, if Joe Brady is gone by then to a head coaching job, which is, I think, by 2028, that's probably likely.
Very likely.
If he's gone, I mean, a new coordinator might come in and love James Cook as a player and have the same type of role carved out for him, or they might run a different type of scheme, or maybe the league has changed and there's a reason why he's not as valued. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 years. If something like that happens, though, you can get out of it. You can carve up the money easily. They really left themselves the ability to end this in 2028, which is 3 years from now, if they feel like they need to. And really, we say this with hockey a lot, too. It's like sometimes you got to pay for... This is not to say that I still would have done this, because I think there are other consequences. I just would have liked to use that money elsewhere. But why I don't think it's like devastating by any means is sometimes you do got to pay at the front end of a deal, and you might have to take on a consequence at the end when you're trying to win. Like, I'll pay a price in 28 and 29 to make my team better in 25 and 26. Like, to try to win the Super Bowl right now. That part of it, I'm not really worried about. I don't think the Bills will ever take a bad cap hit for James Cook. Like, that's just kind of how it ends up being. It's going to be $3 million this year, $5 million next year, $13 million the year after that. Like, and $13 million then is going to look like 8 or 9 by percentage of cap probably.
Yep.
So, and then after that, again, if you want to move on, they'll do the thing they did with Trey White, or they'll do the thing they did with Diggs, but to a much smaller degree of I'll just take a number. A lot of injury updates from the Bills yesterday at practice. The big news, of course, was that James Cook signed a 4-year extension, $48 million. He is signed through 2029. Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop back on the field yesterday, and they were practicing in full for the first time since they were at St. John Fisher. Alec Anderson, Bills' depth offensive lineman, who had his knee scoped a couple weeks ago, also back on the field. However, he was only doing individual work. Dion Dawkins, not practicing. Sean McDermott told Shope and the Bulldog Dawkins has a back flare-up. You can find McDermott's segment with them online at WGR550.com. Also not practicing yesterday, Elijah Moore and Tyrell Shavers. You want the full list, Sal's got it at WGR550.com. Bills fly out today to go to Chicago for joint practice tomorrow and then preseason on Sunday. Ben Johnson of the Bears says the starters will play against the Bills despite the fact they did not play in their first game. Elsewhere around the NFL, Odell Beckham not retiring. That was rumored a couple days ago. Tom Pelissero says that Beckham has been in contact with several teams and he plans to play somewhere in 2025. Jerry Jones not sounding optimistic about an extension with Micah Parsons, says that he expects Parsons to play on the final year of his deal. In New Orleans, they've got a quarterback battle going on right now between Spencer Rattler and rookie Tyler Shuck. And the New Orleans Times' Luke Johnson reports that it's been all Spencer Rattler getting first-team reps lately, and he is the heavy favorite right now to be their starter to open the season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He's got a back he's dealing with, an aggravated back, so it kind of flared up yesterday. We backed him off from practice. Today it was still kind of angry, so we're hoping that gets calmed down in the next 24 to 48 hours and that he can go to Chicago with us and practice against them, and then we'll take it one day at a time from there.
Sean McDermott yesterday with Mike Shope and the Bulldog. I'm looking because yesterday there was, listen, yeah, here it is. Yesterday, I saw one of the great Maffei Bills stories.
Oh, yes. What was it?
Listen, I've discovered we really do have to draw attention to these because they might not be as obviously fake to everyone.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it there. But this is an effort to, yes, sometimes the fake story, elevating the fake story makes people think it's real. And I guess we're going to run that risk because these are so outlandish and so absurd that we have to bring them up every once in a while. Joe, it has to happen. Okay, ready. Maffei Bills. That's not the account name, but it's at Facebook. Breaking. Bills quarterback Josh Allen has rejected a staggering $15 million endorsement deal from a major real estate developer, taking a stand against what he calls the displacement of working-class families in Buffalo. I didn't grow up rich. I know what community means. I won't wear a logo that profits off eviction and gentrification. The move has sparked the hashtag Josh Stands with Buffalo, with fans hailing their QB as a leader who protects the city on and off the field.
Wait a minute.
$150 million deal with $15 million with the real estate developer that is turned down. The one right after that is an AI image of Josh and like a guy on the street asking for money. After that, I'm sure.
Why is he turning down he's turning down the real estate deal because
of working class?
Working class. Okay,
it would push working class people out.
Okay,
Maffei Bills. I don't know what to do. I can't not read them.
Did you read the comments? Are they these getting people?
No. I should say yes. I've seen some. I'll click the comments, and most people understand these stories are fake. The pictures are fake.
Yeah. Most.
Most.
Are you good at spotting what's AI and what isn't AI? Like not like this. This should be easy, but like, the images especially, videos, whatnot.
Yeah.
Like I saw a football highlight reel of somebody the other day. I'm like, this almost looks like it's AI. Could it be AI? And I don't think it ended up being AI. Usually there's something ridiculous that points you to it.
Yeah. The images will do that.
The images,
quite a bit.
yeah.
Yeah, the images. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday. It's not fall yet. I could use some fall.
Premier League starting tomorrow, like that'll get me a little bit to like, all right, we're starting to feel like fall a little bit.
If you like, and we've had a little fun with the Premier League this week with Owen picking a team. If you like the Premier League, the Elite Sports calendar starts tomorrow.
Yes, it does.
Because
yes, it does.
It's a Premier League week, and then you're into college football.
Yes.
College football is
week 0 next week?
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
And I saw that both the first AP poll rankings the other day came out, and that Ireland game, Kansas State, Iowa State, I think they're both ranked. So you got 2 ranked teams playing. Zach's thumbs up. 2 ranked teams that are playing the opening day. So that'll be good.
Yes, and for the first time in, I don't know, I forget, I had the stat on this. For the first time, is it ever, the number 1 team in the country is an underdog to open.
Because Texas opens against Ohio State, right? That's
how about that for a game?
Texas, Ohio State.
So if you like the Premier League and you like soccer, you've got soccer this weekend, and then next Saturday is college football, and then we're into the NFL. So
the week after is building up to
and
Cowboys Eagles.
You can even put the golf schedule on this too. You got the FedEx Cup and then the Ryder Cup. Tomorrow starts.
Yeah,
sports are good until. I mean, if you like them all. Whatever. What I'm getting at is baseball fans, you have your game right now, and I like baseball just fine. I don't sit down and watch 5 games a week. But I mean, the kids are in bed, and I'm like, what am I going to put on right now? And there are options. Or I wake up on a Saturday morning, and it's 11 a.m. I've got stuff to watch.
Yeah,
and right now,
Brighton's playing Newcastle. Let's go.
Put it up, I'll put it on. It's just such a great time. And Ryder Cup, NFL. Too much stuff to even, it's a fire hose, and it starts tomorrow.
We can't be far away from the old pumpkin spice latte, so it's got to be right around the corner too.
We probably
that's getting to fall also. I'm seeing Halloween stuff up, like the decorations are up in the stores.
Yeah. Do you remember? How about Quad Box for this? I'm calling on the Quad Box, Josh and Owen, because what comes before Halloween? Back to school. And it's definitely back to school season. And one thing we've got 4 guys here, slightly different ages. I'm 46. I don't know how old the rest of you are. I'm too old to remember that. I forget.
30.
You're 30,
clean,
okay.
Even.
26.
23. Okay, so all right. Do you guys remember when you're kids and you're about to go back to school, getting the new shoes and new clothes being one of your favorite things, favorite times of the year?
Oh, yeah.
The new backpack was also always
it's a universal. When you're young, oh sweet, here we go. I'm going to get some shoes. I'm going to get some whatever. Just get a new shirt. I like the backpack point.
Yes and no though, because it also indicated that school's coming back.
I remember being really excited to get a new pair of shoes. That was my time for a new pair of shoes every year. Was the start of the school year. That was always really cool. But then I would get them, and then the next day I'd want to cry because summer's over. That's what that means.
Do you guys remember waiting for your schedule to show up in the mail, and then or did you guys not? Is that
I don't remember.
Are we talking
high school schedule?
High school.
Yeah, but then in the elementary school, you'd get a little poster card that said oh, this is your teacher this year.
That was a big day. Finding out who your teacher was a big day, and it could be a great day or it could be a bad day depending on what you've heard.
Yeah, that day hinged how your school year was going to go. That was always major.
I don't remember how early how close to the school year though that actually came.
I think it was around.
Did you guys all dread the return of school?
Dread might be a little strong. I definitely preferred to have summer vacation and keep that rolling. But yeah,
I was gonna say if you want to ball up paper and throw it at me, I mean I was always excited to go back to school. I was
nerd.
I didn't like the school. But
you see all your friends,
Right.
Yeah.
For me, it meant I was going back to play hockey again. I was gonna go
that's
play.
good. Yeah, right. Sports would help that, I think, a lot.
Yeah.
Returning to sports to some degree.
Yeah, it was always this means the season's firing up, training camp or whatever is happening.
That's it. That's the whole genesis of the elite season. Whether it's not about school, but it's about everything firing back up and the heat lamp we've been living under just kind of simmering down a bit.
Which, by the way, I need to start bringing a thermostat into my little office here. Joe, you came in here earlier. I don't know if you felt it. It legitimately has to be 85 degrees in my room right now.
Wow.
It's incredible.
It's
Boil some water in there.
It's probably below 80 in here too at this point. And as I wear a scarf, by the way.
You are wearing a scarf.
I am wearing a scarf. I'm going to continue to wear this scarf.
I think I would pass out if I put that scarf on. Right?
Last place fantasy football punishment. You have to wear a scarf every day. Indoors.
Can it be this scarf?
Sure.
I'll wear this proudly every day of the year. You want to look at this trophy every day? Until, I mean, if someone else is in the lead of a team here.
I'm glad the scarf with the trophy makes you feel better. People seeing you wearing a scarf indoors are not dissuaded from thinking, what's up with the scarf? It's got a trophy on it. All right.
Yeah,
wear a shirt with a trophy on it.
It's the same. It's like wearing a jersey, basically, for Premier League, is wearing the scarf.
Fair enough.
We should do that. Should we do that? Shouldn't the Bills get in on the scarf game? Bring that to North American sports? Maybe not like early in the year, but there's enough cold games. We should have Bills scarves.
That reminds me. Countdown is on. We are 2 weeks from the rivalry
series. I forget about it. Today's the 28th.
And are we going to get one more teaser?
Probably, because honestly, I just forgot about it. Did they want to make sure people don't forget about it ahead of it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. So far, what have we had? We had the logo and the little video, and then we had the players reacting to it. So what else could they do? I mean, they could give away a little piece of the jersey or something. You also often see jerseys leaked before they come out anyway, don't you?
Yeah.
Hey,
it's hard to keep that under wraps.
This guy in Central Ohio took a picture because they sent a box to a department store too early, and they took the jerseys out.
Isn't the story always that the more people that know about something, the harder it is to keep under wraps?
Yes.
If it's one organization, you can keep that quiet. If it's 8 teams, league level, Nike. Nike's doing these. That seems to be a lot tougher, I think. 803-0550. Get some calls in on whatever, free-for-all kind of deal. Next up, we're going to go to Kevin in Tonawanda. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just listening to the stories about getting your card of where you're going. Currently, those letters are coming out for parents. I'm a parent of 3 kids, so we have to go on Facebook groups now to actually put out where my kid is going to be, and it determines how excited they're going to be for the rest of the year to find out which other parents or their kids are going to be in the same groups. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Changed a little bit. It's no longer just card and go down the street and see who's got it. Now you have to go on Facebook groups and create things.
Yeah, so. I'm learning this myself. We have an app where I now am a subscriber to an app where I get notifications and a feed about the teachers and all this stuff. I mean, yeah. So
I have 3 at 3 different schools, so I have 3 different apps. So it's really fun.
I bet. Just if I have to learn 3 more passwords, I'm just gonna have to take some days off of work for create space in my brain. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for the phone call. Back to school. Was about shoes, sneakers. Really, it was about sneakers. I lived in the days of the Reebok pump being it.
The Reebok.
Do you know what the Reebok pump even is?
No.
Josh, Owen, do you have any idea what the Reebok pump is?
Slightly. Maybe yes. Actually,
I used to. I think I had a pair of the Reebok pump skates.
Ooh, all right.
They put those in skates at one point.
How'd you like them for skates?
I remember thinking it was really cool, and then I think they stopped working a week later.
Right.
Or maybe I didn't have them. Maybe my best buddy had them.
Josh, do you know what the pump was?
Honestly, I've never even looked at a pair of Reebok shoes.
Okay.
I'm a Nike guy all the way.
Well, back in the day when they had the pump,
yeah.
I mean,
it was on the tongue, right?
It was So they had basketball shoes, and there was a big basketball bubble on the tongue, and you would psst, 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 and it would form around your foot. It would pump up your shoe to fit your foot.
It was,
and
awesome.
Those things were, I mean, culturally, just the coolest thing you could possibly have.
Was that like the self-tying shoe from Back to the Future, but just
similar,
in real life?
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys don't remember these.
I do. I vaguely remember them. I think they might have had a break maybe in the middle between Jeremy and Owen, because the shoes that were definitely the cool shoes, if you showed up to school the first day with these, that was Heelys.
Oh yeah.
Which had the little wheel in the back that you could roll and scoot down the hallway.
My girlfriend bought a pair of Heelys a year ago, and she regularly Heelys around.
You did not think they still had.
Did you have Heelys?
No, I did not. But that was it was a big deal not to have
people would
Heelys.
just cruise through the hallways on those things.
Yes. They were like having roller skates.
There were wars against the students. Like, you guys can't wear these Heelys.
They were
if you're going to wear the Heelys, you can't wear the wheels in the shoes.
They must have just came out when I was a kid, because I remember a lot of people having them, and then at some point during the middle of a school year, they got banned, and it was
because
it was we need to make signs. We need to picket. What do you mean you're banning our Heelys?
Strike.
Yeah. I mean, someone probably got hurt somewhere.
I must have seen 7 Karuba collision level impacts with people running into each other with Heelys on. It was incredible. But people used to fly around in those things.
Yes.
There was a kid that used to go down the stairs on them.
Yeah, that's dangerous. That's how they got banned, probably.
Exactly. That kid probably broke his leg.
Yeah. Heelys.
I'm trying to remember. I've definitely seen those. I didn't know they were called Heelys, but that makes total sense that that's what they're called.
Yeah, because the wheel was in the
wheels.
Yeah. You could obviously take the wheel out.
How about,
and you're doing a little wheelie with the foot. That's the if you think about it.
There were also at one point sneakers. They probably still have these. They had these for. I feel like now they have them for little kids. I don't know. Who am I kidding? I know the sneaker game here. Like the light up. Were they LA Gears? LA Gear that would light up in the heel. They still have those.
When
you ran, they would light up.
Oh, okay, yeah. But those I've got those being I guess your kids are this age, 2-3 years old.
Yeah, I'm saying they used to be there when regular.
Yeah, but once you
hit LA, thank you. Seabass writes in on the feed. LA Lights, yes, LA Lights. They would light up.
Okay. Yeah, but once you got to what was the oldest you could wear those and get away with it?
Ooh.
7?
I mean, at the time, I'm telling you, adults and high school students, yes,
are wearing the shoes that light up when you're running around or walking around.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
I think the cap for us was probably 6 or 7.
6 or 7 years old. You're not cool anymore if you're wearing light up shoes. In
1992 commercial, LA Lights by LA Gear, and the commercial is. I'm trying to find out, see how old these kids are. There's. This commercial I'm watching is incredible. It's a cop, and he's watching guys play basketball, and all their heels are lighting up. These are not.
Wait. So I got one kid over here's got the classic Air Jordans on, and then these guys got light up shoes, and those are cool. LA Lights.
Now in this commercial, the kids are kind of young, so maybe it was high school at the most. But yeah, LA Gear, gear,
even high school.
Yeah. I feel like I, as a little kid, remember seeing kids that I felt were too old to be wearing those
because you'd have Buzz Lightyear on.
Yeah, exactly. It was Disney shoes.
All right, I got Velcro. This. I found this commercial. And these guys are adults, cool guys wearing light up shoes. 1993, Light Gear.
I don't know.
You call them cool guys? I wouldn't call them cool guys.
Peter in Louisville. Hey, Peter.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, thanks for calling.
So here's my question. So there's a salary cap tied to the players. What about the number of coaches you have on staff, and are you limited to the salary devoted to those support staff?
No. You can have as many as you want, and there is no limitation to that at all.
Because what I'm thinking is with the Cook deal, maybe they're thinking they could draft somebody in the second round for an O-line because Cromer's a great coach.
Yep, they might. That's a good point. How long they can keep Cromer, and he's been around. He's widely regarded as a great offensive line coach. But here's a smaller example of this idea. So in the Bills' first preseason game, KJ Hamler catches a touchdown, right? Mm-hmm. Good for him. Nice moment for him. Mm-hmm. When the Bills watch back KJ Hamler's game against the Giants, they would see his plays on special teams, and they would see the touchdown. And on the touchdown, what would they see? Would they see that he did something special, or would they see that coverage bust, nice catch, man, but you almost don't get points for that, right?
Right.
The return,
the idea that anybody would have ran that route and scored.
Anybody could do that.
Yeah,
that's a singular play version of this. Could the Bills? They did this with Tremaine Edmonds. They did this with Gabe to a point. They did this with whatever. They like to keep their own. They like to draft develop. If the number got too big on Osiris Torrance, a position, by the way, that the Bills have long been a plug-and-play team in the Beane era, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plug and play. They drafted a couple. Finally, they got a guy that hit, and he looks really good. So this is where you have to kind of acknowledge that Beane shouldn't be painted as any one. This is his ethos, right? The ethos at one point would have been, hey, they don't really value guards. They're just going to plug and play their guards.
Mm-hmm.
That might not be true anymore. We would have said, he's never paid a running back before. Like, oh, that's gone. Now he has paid a running back. You just give a guy enough time, and in certain scenarios, we're going to see that he's willing to do lots of different things. Just because they haven't done a thing doesn't mean they're always going to avoid that. And, the flip side of that is true. Just because they've done something 3 times doesn't mean they'll always do that. So your point about Cromer and Torrance, I think, is would they watch him and think he's great, but I don't know that he's, by the time he's up for his contract, what are we looking at, like $25 million a year?
For
Torrance? His new deal would start in 2 more years?
Man,
Trey Smith is
$25 million.
Trey Smith is 23 right now. The cap goes up how much the next 2 years?
You got him being the highest paid guard in the league?
No, Trey Smith is not the highest paid. Oh yeah, no, sorry, he is.
So he would probably, the deal would kick in 2 years. He probably would sign next year.
Next year, okay. So do what we normally would do. Give him the same percentage of the cap. Give him a half percentage lower than Trey Smith when the cap is $40 million higher. Isn't that 25? Would the Bills say,
about right.
This is a 25? They also might look at it and say, we'll sign Torrance and draft a tackle. Because how many years do they think they're getting out of Dion Dawkins over on the left side, right? There's always you're shuffling things. You're reading timelines. Their defense should be cheap for a couple of years. If these draft picks hit, it'll get expensive, 3 years on. So it's kind of always like this shuffling game.
Yeah,
but they have to. Sorry, just answer the caller's question, Joe.
Yeah.
They would have to view Cromer as an asset for that.
They would, and they probably would, right? Like that. Maybe they think he can coach guys up. Alec Anderson. Like, hey, if we put Alec Anderson in at left guard, we're going to be completely fine. Or if they put him in at center, then we're going to be fine because this guy's going to get the most out of him. I wonder what the perception is league-wide, like of the guys that would know. Like, Brandon Thorne does a lot of work on offensive line and, those types of guys. Like, what do they think of Torrance? Do they think he's one of the best guards in football? Or do they think he's on his way to being one of the best guards in football? I have no idea what his grades sound like. I've thought of him as being pretty good, but I do feel like in the last couple weeks, as we've talked about contract stuff, I've just heard it a lot more. Like, oh, he's near the top of the league at that position? I don't know. I'm kind of asking more than I'm telling that he isn't. I really don't know.
Want to do like PFF grades here?
I was just looking at.
Not that says much.
I know,
you can decide
incomplete.
if you want to trust those or not.
Right, it's incomplete. But if I'm looking for Torrance, like here's his pass block grade last year. At guard, he ranked 117th at his position. That's not great.
It's probably also not true.
Yeah, 40.1 was his pass blocking grade.
We're trying to say that he hasn't given up a sack in 3 years.
Yeah.
Or like he's given up 3 sacks in his life.
Part of that's Allen. I mean, right? Like,
that's right.
He is. Well, there was 2 guys, I guess, that did this, but he's one of the 2 guys that on that final play in Kansas City, he did not touch a soul.
Right.
He didn't get a hand on it. He was looking around and didn't get anybody. That's not against him. Like Steve Spagnuolo can do that to you, and I don't know how they were supposed to expect that was coming, but. That's one there that if you had Tua quarterback, maybe that goes down as a sack in your department. It doesn't because you have Josh Allen.
Right. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone calls. Back to school. I mean, we can do more back to school chatter if you want to. You can stick with us through the break. Josh is going to yell at us if we don't go. He'll get on the quad box and start throwing things at us on the YouTube feed. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
preseason.
Yeah, Sal, it's kind of interesting. Like, half the reason, I know you're asked a lot, hey, tell me about the camp that Elijah Moore has had or the camp that Josh Palmer has had. And the answer has been almost that everybody's had a quiet camp except for Shavers, and even he's hurt right now. So, like, you know, it's not even as if these injuries are giving certain guys the opportunity to step up, other than Keon Coleman being consistently out there. Like, he might be benefiting the most in terms of chemistry because he's the guy that's been out there all the time.
Yeah, and I'll add in, I know not wide receiver Jeremy, but like I thought Dalton Kincaid had another nice day. I think Dalton Kincaid has really put together, he's stacking really good days on top of really good days, right? It just kind of really felt like that. More so on Tuesday than Wednesday. Like, it wasn't he didn't pop as much on Wednesday. Not that he did anything wrong, but I really noticed him. I noticed Joshua Palmer more yesterday on Wednesday. But this is, I think, a point you're making, too, about just the pass catchers, right? Getting guys are out there. The two guys, if you could identify two guys on this football team going into this year who you said they really need to be on the field with Josh, getting reps and stacking good days, wouldn't we both say Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid? Like, wouldn't that be the answer? And I just think that's happening because of what you said. They're getting opportunity. They're out there, and I like how that's going. You're right. It is tough to kind of get an evaluation. It's tough to have these guys missing time with each other, getting that chemistry. It's not just with Josh. It's with the rest of the route runners, right? It's the guys knowing when you run a route, when you're in a 3-4 wide receiver set and there's a guy next to you and you're running a route, those things matter too. It's not just Josh Allen throwing you the ball and the timing. It's where the guy on my right or my left is breaking off his route compared to what he sees with the DB who's guarding us and all those kinds of things. Those things matter. And it's not just wide receiver, by the way. They're going through this on the offensive line right now as well. I mean, suddenly Ryan Vandemark is a really important player here. They have Dion Dawkins missed practice yesterday. Remember when he left practice Tuesday with trainers, he was not out there yesterday. Sean McDermott said on Chopin the Bulldog yesterday that Dion had a back flare-up, and they're hoping it gets better in the next 24, 48 hours and he can perform in Chicago, which is good news, but we'll see.
As we pondered what is at stake in this 2025 NFL season for various players, we stumbled onto this. Josh Allen has the chance to remove his name from a place that no name ever wants to occupy, namely the greatest quarterback never to play in a Super Bowl, because he is that, and it's getting late early for his chances. Allen has already started 13 playoff games. The most that any quarterback ever started before making the big game was 12. Allen has thrown 25 postseason touchdowns. The most anyone else threw before making the Super Bowl was just 17. That was Peyton Manning, by the way. So Allen is well behind the curve, and candidly, it's not as though he can play much better.
Mike Greenberg today
making the argument that Allen is the best quarterback to ever not start a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Did he also say in there that it's getting late early?
Yes.
As a phrase?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means you'd be surprised to find out that Allen is
almost 30.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's what that means, right?
It's late in the early part of his career.
Yes.
Okay.
I owe you the Riverfront Auto Sales Pick of the Week. Looking for luxury without the luxury price tag? This week's deal of the week at Riverfront Auto Sales is a sleek 2016 Audi A8 3.0T four-door sedan, smooth, powerful, fully loaded. It won't last long. Hurry and stop by Riverfront Auto Sales today, 1379 Niagara Street. Online at riverfrontautosales.com. Call 886-1626. The pick of the week.
Liverpool's thrashing of Southampton tomorrow will be a good one for that. There's preseason action.
Arsenal and Manchester United on Sunday. There's an article in The Athletic today about Manchester United, who is a team that's fallen on hard-ish times. And apparently, I got this from Bulldog. He sent me the link. He said that Manchester United are like the drought Bills. Like, what are they doing right now, Joe? They are talking about pool tables and ping pong tables, and everyone has a little more fun. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we'll just be friends.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Hopefully they don't beat Arsenal, because that would be a disappointing way to start the season. So, yeah, pick of the week is going to be that. Final answer.
Not the Kingdom tonight.
Not the Kingdom, the show about the Chiefs. No, not the Kingdom. No.
I look forward to seeing what are the ratings of the Kingdom in this market going to be. 0.00001. By the way, speaking of odds, way earlier in the show, just offhand, it was brought up by us. What's more likely, the Bills winning, Josh Allen winning 4 Super Bowls, or the Sabres winning the Cup this year? And one of our listeners, I don't know how he did this. Maybe he used the odds, I guess, like what the betting odds are this year, and he calculated it. The Sabres odds this year to win the Stanley Cup are 3%.
Okay.
The odds of Josh Allen winning 4 Super Bowls, he says, are 0.0009%. So there you go.
I don't buy that for a second.
That it's 0.009%?
Yeah, no way.
I guess
I also don't buy that it's 3% for the Sabres.
I agree with that. I think the 3% of the Sabres is more unbelievable. The 0.009 is mostly because why? When he's going to be 30 next year, he's got to get going. It's not just winning 4 in a career. It's winning 4 in 8 years.
It's definitely a long shot.
4 in 8, basically.
We're talking about 2 huge long shots here, but I do not buy 3% for the Sabres.
No, 0.03% maybe.
I mean, anyway. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Is Allie in Denver still on hold?
Yes.
Allie, what's up, Allie? How are you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good.
I listen to you guys. I'm a teacher, and I listen to y'all on my drive to make sure I'm apprised of the comings and goings of the team. But I was laughing. You guys were talking about Heelys.
Yes.
Every year we have kind of whatever fresh chaos the kids bring to school. Of like spinners one year. There's like the Italian brain rot. Like it's always just something. And probably 3 years ago, it was Heelys. We had to ban Heelys.
Okay.
In the hallway during passing period, and it was like a whole to-do. So you guys were talking about Heelys, and I was just chuckling away because they have been to school recently, and it was absolute pandemonium and just pretty funny. So,
Right. Was there something that happened that caused them to be banned, or was it just like we probably should ban these because something will happen?
We had a kid had their tooth get knocked out because they felt like they collided with each other. They were it was at I teach middle school, so like.
Okay.
You know, they're 13 and 14-year-old boys having a time, and I love that for them. Didn't love the parents not being super happy that their kid had to, have a couple $1,000 dental bill.
Yeah, right.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so we had to put the kibosh on that because the Heelys were too dangerous. So as we get ready for the new school year, we're all kind of always just curious of what are they.
It's going to be something, right?
The agents of chaos that they are, but we love them. So, Anyways, I hope you guys have a good one. Take it easy.
Thanks, Sally. Thanks for calling in, and have a great school year.
Yeah, you can move on these. I mean, I'm seeing that the world record for
speed on Heelys. Hold on. I gotta.
Unofficial Guinness World Record. I think that means it's not official because Guinness wouldn't have unofficial records, right?
Right. Would they allow the speed on the Heelys, the shoes? Would they allow a downhill reading? Because if so,
that's a good question.
I'm saying
it's probably on. It's got to be on flat ground. Any real respectable record has got to be on flat ground.
Okay, then you're not going that fast. You're not going as fast as the fastest rollerblader or roller skater. That's not happening. So the ground speed record in Heelys is going to be like 14.
14
miles per hour.
According to this YouTube video I've been sent, it is 30.
Somebody got to 30 miles an hour on Heelys?
30 miles per hour on
without
Heelys.
a hill?
I'm gonna watch the video to see if it's on a hill.
I mean, that's like riding a scooter that's attached to your feet.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's a wheel on both feet.
True.
So it is like you should be able to go. Theoretically, you should be able to go as fast on Heelys as you go on rollerblades, right? You actually have less friction because you have fewer wheels that are hitting the ground. Does that make sense? I'm trying to do science at 9:40. You know what I mean? Like,
hold on.
I think the more wheels, the slower you go.
I'm trying to do science as part of an open going forward. Hold on. I'm trying to do science. Because when you said that, I thought, that doesn't make sense.
This video I'm watching, he's going downhill, going 30 miles per hour.
I think you can't get as fast on Heelys as you can on rollerblades because of the motion of generating the forward force.
Okay, here we go. It looks like on flat surface, it looks like 16 miles per hour. Looks like might be the record, which is about what you said, right?
Yeah. I said 14. Was it 16?
16.
All right.
I think I'm riding with 16. I think though rollerblades. How fast can you go on rollerblades?
Oh, fast.
I mean, I played roller hockey forever, but like you're doing so much stopping and starting that like I don't know how fast are you moving. 20 miles per hour.
28 is the record on rollerblades.
28.
That's my guess.
Let's find out.
You looking it up?
I'm looking it up.
This is perfect for that game called Wits and Wagers. Have you ever played that game?
Yes.
That's what this is right here. Just guessing things you don't know.
Well, because you would say 28, and then Josh and Owen would bet on whether or not
higher Jake writes in on the YouTube feed, would you rather wear LA Light shoes or moon boots? Now, I definitely had moon boots.
Okay, I've worn moon boots. I didn't have moon boots, but I had a friend that had them.
And you wore your friend's moon boots?
Like the moon shoes, like the ones where you like and it like they're almost like a trampoline on your feet.
No, those are
the toy. There's actually like a brand. That
okay.
It's a type of boot. It's the kind. It's they look a lot like Uggs, except they're. Whatever. The material is you can wear them in snow. Kids wore moon boots when I was a kid. That's what you wore in snowy environments, moon boots.
Gotcha.
You didn't have to lace them up. A lot like Uggs.
World record for inline skate. See, this though it says in a downhill event is 82 miles per hour.
Okay, downhill.
Yeah, what are we doing with downhill?
I could put on rollerblades and jump out of a plane, and I would hit higher than 82 miles per hour, and I don't get to claim that number. Like he's going 200 miles an hour straight down.
Yeah,
that's always cheating. That's calling it out right now. You know who else cheats? The peregrine falcon cheats as being the fastest bird in the world, fastest animal. It dives. That's cheating. That's cheating.
But we're doing that with all the birds, right? Aren't we? On how fast they're moving, it's always going to be the dive.
The peregrine falcon dives straight down and gets credit for full speed on that as like the fastest animal.
So would you?
For one, I think it's nonsense.
What you want is a race than just on the flying straight ahead.
I want a race on your own power, not gravity.
But all of it is gravity. And
cheetahs are doing the work when they run 75. Peregrine falcons are falling straight.
Wow. You're calling peregrine falcons frauds?
That's right. Fraud watch. The peregrine falcon is a fraud.
Is a fraud. Wow.
It's a really cool bird, and it's pretty cool that they can do that. But the ability to pull out of that dive is more impressive than the ability to actually execute the dive itself, which I guess pulling out of the dive is the execution. Anyway, whatever. Can you believe it's not Friday?
53 miles per hour. for inline skates on flat ground.
All right.
53 miles per hour. It's a lot faster than Heelys.
That's really fast.
I guess the thing about Heelys is...
You better wear your wrist guards.
You know why? You know the biggest difference there is you can continue to skate while you're moving forward on like inline skates, whereas Heelys, your only power is when you run. You run, and then once you're on the wheels, that's it. There's no more pushing off.
Right.
So then it's more like paragliding after that compared to like, yeah.
It's like paragliding.
Yeah, there's no power source. You're just going with whatever power you let off with.
You've convinced me. I never had Heelys. I missed out. Extendo Sports coming up in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WG.
Preseason.
Yeah, Sal, it's kind of interesting. Like, half the reason, I know you're asked a lot, hey, tell me about the camp that Elijah Moore has had or the camp that Josh Palmer has had. And the answer has been almost that everybody's had a quiet camp except for Shavers, and even he's hurt right now. So, like, you know, it's not even as if these injuries are giving certain guys the opportunity to step up, other than Keon Coleman being consistently out there. Like, he might be benefiting the most in terms of chemistry because he's the guy that's been out there all the time.
Yeah, and I'll add in, I know not wide receiver Jeremy, but like I thought Dalton Kincaid had another nice day. I think Dalton Kincaid has really put together, he's stacking really good days on top of really good days, right? It just kind of really felt like that. More so on Tuesday than Wednesday. Like, it wasn't he didn't pop as much on Wednesday. Not that he did anything wrong, but I really noticed him. I noticed Joshua Palmer more yesterday on Wednesday. But this is, I think, a point you're making, too, about just the pass catchers, right? Getting guys are out there. The two guys, if you could identify two guys on this football team going into this year who you said they really need to be on the field with Josh, getting reps and stacking good days, wouldn't we both say Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid? Like, wouldn't that be the answer? And I just think that's happening because of what you said. They're getting opportunity. They're out there, and I like how that's going. You're right. It is tough to kind of get an evaluation. It's tough to have these guys missing time with each other, getting that chemistry. It's not just with Josh. It's with the rest of the route runners, right? It's the guys knowing when you run a route, when you're in a 3-4 wide receiver set and there's a guy next to you and you're running a route, those things matter too. It's not just Josh Allen throwing you the ball and the timing. It's where the guy on my right or my left is breaking off his route compared to what he sees with the DB who's guarding us and all those kinds of things. Those things matter. And it's not just wide receiver, by the way. They're going through this on the offensive line right now as well. I mean, suddenly Ryan Vandemark is a really important player here. They have Dion Dawkins missed practice yesterday. Remember when he left practice Tuesday with trainers, he was not out there yesterday. Sean McDermott said on Chopin the Bulldog yesterday that Dion had a back flare-up, and they're hoping it gets better in the next 24, 48 hours and he can perform in Chicago, which is good news, but we'll see.
you're off tomorrow. You're going to a fantasy football event.
Yeah, the 3-day getaway.
Wow.
This is our league that we're into year 16. Very
slow
exciting.
draft style. I mean, you draft for 3 days. You draft for 1 day and hang out the rest.
No, we get through the draft in a couple hours, usually on the Saturday, and then the rest of it is reserved for other stuff.
I've got, and you are not in this league anymore. The Vampire League.
Yeah,
Vampire League draft is on Sunday.
Okay. On Sunday.
So, yeah, it's kind of a best ball draft.
You're not the Vampire.
I'll tell you what I've got for a new strategy in the Vampire League.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder about this. If we could treat it like, okay, so if you're in a Vampire League, you know. If you don't, here's how it works. It's a 10-team league. 9 teams draft. The Vampire does not draft. Right. Then the Vampire picks up players off waivers for the rest of the year. And anytime you lose to the Vampire head-to-head, the Vampire can take a player from your roster. So if the rest of us treated the Vampire like you treat a dealer when you're playing blackjack, right? It's everybody against the dealer. Could we draft up all of the quarterbacks? That's one thing I thought. Could we also, another thing I thought, could we also make a point to have our bench be big-time boom or bust players? Like last year, Brian Thomas Jr. would be a guy you could just get as the Vampire because he wouldn't have gone in a small roster draft. Like he might have been on the market. And every year, there's a couple of those guys. Instead of giving him the opportunity of getting those young, just trying to find a way to keep a roster together because your guys get hurt. You're limited on your options. Vampire has every single advantage. And once they start winning, they are hard to stop.
Yeah.
That's the experience we had each time was the Vampire, once they got started, was very hard to stop.
One other thing I'm doing for the first time this weekend at this draft, the place that we're staying has a indoor pickleball court. I've never played pickleball. I can't imagine it's like much to pick up. I played tennis a lot, but
yeah, it's definitely not much to pick up.
Okay.
It's ping pong and you're standing on the table?
Right. Okay.
Is that wrong?
That
you're standing on a ping pong table.
I've not played it, but it seems like that's all it is. I don't know like how hard the ball is and like how like much you can really hit it. Is it like a wiffle ball? That I don't know.
It's badminton, but it's not a shuttlecock?
No, it's a ball.
It's a shuttlecock on the show today.
But it's a ball though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. When's the last time you played badminton?
Nah, it hasn't. Hasn't been long enough. Winner of the Golden Birdie tournament back in high school.
I need Owen on the screen really quickly. Owen, just I want to show you something. As you're trying to pick your team, your Premier League team tomorrow. Here, Dilly. She did wear the Arsenal jersey.
Oh no! This is cheating.
This may be what gets me over the edge.
This is cheating.
There it is.
That's tough to beat.
The gunner on the shirt.
I don't like it. I don't like what's happening here.
Just saying, you could be part of this. You could be part of this family.
Wow.
Of Arsenal supporters.
Wow. Look at this. He's using his kids.
How about this? I wore that like Aurora weird Arsenal jersey to work yesterday when I came home. Not planned. Knox is wearing his.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Just saying. All right. I got to go because these two are demanding my attention now. So.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to see who Owen picks tomorrow.
Owen's going to pick somebody tomorrow. We're back tomorrow. Scott Pianowski tomorrow. Nick Mendola comes in for Owen's pick and for a Premier League season preview. Why don't we get that in? I know it's football Friday.
Do you guys want me to leave? You want me to hang the scarf up in the studio for you? You want me to leave it?
You know what? Yeah, that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, you want me to do that?
That'd be a great idea.
Okay.
Why don't you leave it in there? Why don't you leave it in there?
Protective case.
Right in the corner. There's a little bucket with a plastic bag in there. Put it right in that bucket with the plastic bag so it's nice and protected. That'd be a great spot for it. All right.
All right.
We're back tomorrow. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy your fantasy draft.
Thanks.
All right. See ya.